Hello, one and all. Welcome to another episode of Random Encounters here on the RPG Limit Break. We're glad to have you here. I am not the cute little TAS bot you see in your screen there. In fact, I am Ashen Prime, and we are very excited for this Breath of Fire 2 TAS showcase. Here, joining me from our content team is, of course, our wonderful side quests producer and executive. Make sure everything happens here for us. The Sid. Welcome, Sid.
Howdy, everybody. Good to see you again.
And of course, we wouldn't be here at all if it weren't for those who have put so much time and effort into this game to make the tasks, to run the games, and know what they're talking about here. So first, the author of this task, Charles, welcome so much. Thank you for being here.
Hello, thank you very much. I'm looking forward to getting to show off the fruits of my labor.
And we're looking forward to having you do that, and of course here, knowing the game and to help talk us through what is happening and why, we have iBlink22. Welcome.
Great to be here. I'm just another pea-brained individual that runs this game into my own oblivion.
All right. So we're going to go ahead. We do have a video here you can see from our estimate. We know the exact length of this video. We're going to go ahead and get started with that, with playing that back. Yes, we are watching a video version of this just because of how TAS be. And that's fine. We're still going to get some great commentary and talking over it. So do we all want to count each other in, starting from, I guess, 5? 5 would be a good number.
All right, everybody, let's go.
I like the number 5.
5.
4, 3, 2, 1,
1.
go. I have pressed the play button. We have a couple of seconds of silence as it starts. All right, here we go.
Excellent.
Video is playing. Charles, take us away. What are we watching?
So, back in 2020, when, like everybody else, I was looking for a pandemic project, I just happened to stumble across a very old tool-assisted speedrun for Breath of Fire 2, which is my speed game of choice. I have an infinity gauntlet of world records that I've assembled over the years. And this was from back in 2010, I think the original BoF 2 TAS was published, and I was watching it, and it was technically impressive, but also just it had a lot of suboptimal stuff in it, like tech that had been discovered in the intervening 10 years. So I looked at that, and I looked at my schedule where I just had like months with nothing to do, and I said, yeah, okay, I'll learn to TAS, why not? And approximately 8 months later, I published not this TAS, but an older one, which was immediately outdated because I made a whole ton of errors because it was the first TAS I ever made. So then I did it again. And the one we're watching now was published early in 2024.
Amazing. And tell us a little bit about the game. Tell us about Breath of Fire 2.
So it's a really fun, old-school, very classic JRPG, which, among several other things, means a really high random encounter rate and random battles that are very hard to run from. So, as a human speedrunner playing this game, even in the any percent category where you have all of the tools at your disposal, the world record is only 6 hours, 15 minutes. And like a really good time, if I ever get around to optimizing that, maybe 6:10. Realistically, without discovering some extraordinary new technology, I don't think we're ever seeing a sub 6. This TAS is 4.5 hours. And almost that entire hour and a half difference is just not having to deal with the friggin' random battles. The optimization begins really early. In this little beak fight here, Ryu has to drop to low HP before Dad comes in and saves you. There is a one-round beak fight. You have to crit yourself in the face, and then the beak has to high roll its damage roll. I have only once or twice in my life seen it in a human speedrun, but of course it's a TAS, so we get it for free.
Very nice. And how does the randomization and the random numbers in this game work?
Yeah, so that's what I was just about to get into, because there isn't really anything speedrun related for the next 10 minutes. We have a prologue to sit through. So here's the interesting thing about the random number generator in Breath of Fire 2. There isn't much that affects it. So, for contrast, in a game like Earthbound, every controller input is read into the RNG, and so you can easily manipulate the RNG just by doing random stuff on the controller that has no gameplay impact. Breath of Fire 2 is not like that. There's only two things that affect RNG in this game. One is time. The RNG updates every frame, so if you wait a frame, you'll get a different random result. And the second thing is things that call RNG. So if you do an attack, then the attack, when it rolls its damage, the act of rolling the damage will also update RNG. But for the most part, there aren't convenient ways that you can just throw something in that calls RNG. They're mostly the things that you want to be manipulating for. So in practice, as the TASer, my one and only tool is waiting. Which, on the one hand, is nice for me, because it means I don't have an infinitely branching possibility tree that is impossible to explore manually. This is why a lot of games have automation tools where a computer will sort through all of the possible RNG results. I just have one tree. I wait frames until I get something good. But it also means that there's a really interesting interplay where, like, as a human TASer, I can storyboard what the hypothetically optimal fight would look like, but if it takes me like 10 seconds of waiting to find a frame that produces that result, and the result itself only saves me 2 seconds, then it wasn't worth it. So a lot of the boss fights will have me taking good but not hypothetically optimal things that I could find quickly.
Amazing. And I guess we should kind of get to some of the foundational steps here we've kind of skipped over and assumed some knowledge of. But what is a TAS, a tool-assisted speedrun? What is it?
That's true. Sorry, I've been talking to people about TASs for so long that I've started assuming that anybody who listens to me knows what a TAS is. Short version, I've programmed a computer to play Breath of Fire 2 optimally. Which means in BizHawk, which is the standard emulation software for doing Super Nintendo TASs, I have gone through the game a frame at a time and told my program, on this frame you press A, then you wait 30 frames, and then you press left and B, and you wait another 10 frames and you press X. And I did that a frame at a time, where a frame is a 60th of a second, and it is a 4.5 hour video in 60th of a second increments, which is why it took me a year. It is a large project.
I'm pulling out the calculator now.
It's a lot of frames.
Let's see. Quick, kind of back of the... I guess it's not back of the napkin if I'm using a calculator. Anyway, this is over 17,000 frames over the course of these 4 hours.
That should be a bigger number than that. Let me grab a calculator, too.
I would think it's on the order of like hundreds of thousands of frames.
Let's see. 4 gives me that plus...
It's time to do math!
So it's 284 minutes over the course of the 4.5-ish hours.
It's almost a million frames.
I did 60 times the minutes, not times the seconds. There we go. That's why.
Yeah.
Times 60 again. There we are. Yep, over a million frames. Yep, that seems much more reasonable.
I could remember the starting digits, but I didn't remember how many digits long, whether it was 1 million or 10 million. But I remember that the original video that I made was just over the million mark. And wow. I was really excited when this one came in just under it. So I didn't obviously get it down to under 4.5 hours, which would have been spectacular, but... So my original video was about 4:35. And this one is 4:32.5, so I saved 2.5 minutes using all of the improvements I was aware of. So... even though there's probably still optimizations to make, I don't really think there's another 2.5 minutes without entirely new technology. So probably
shame on you, Charles, for not utilizing the things you don't know.
Right? The unknown unknowns. So probably I'm going to have to live with my 432 dot whatever. But still, I mean, compared to the 6:15 of a human speedrun, that's pretty impressive.
It's incredibly impressive.
As long as we hit like a time save that doesn't require you to re-record like hours of work because you have to manipulate something.
Inevitably it will. So the fact that like, calling RNG affects RNG means that the moment I make any adjustment, everything after that adjustment has to be remanipped. So, incidentally, yes, when this video, this version of it, when I was trying to make it truly as optimal as I could, I made it halfway through the game before discovering a movement error in the first 20 minutes where it was suboptimal by 2 tiles, by half a second. I redid a month of work to save half a second.
Sometimes those re-records don't really indicate how much trouble it actually was.
Yep.
Well, and it's an interesting comparison because obviously you have the actual like I spent this long building the TAS. However, the year plus that you spent working on it. It's an interesting comparison to somebody who's grinding a game to get good at just doing the speedrun manually. Can take them a similar amount of time. So it's a very different path to get there, but very similar time frames.
We'll pause on the TAS discussion for a moment because I'm actually about to be doing something that a human speedrunner would do. I'm just going to be doing it more optimally. We are going to abuse this shopkeep here to destroy the laws of physics. The immediate result is you'll notice that my money has suddenly jumped up to almost 100,000. There are further consequences that will reveal themselves later. But the short version is that there is a bug in the equipment shop. If you go to the switch menu, which lets you trade a piece of gear you're wearing for a piece of gear from the shop, and it gives you the difference in money, or takes the difference depending on whether it was more expensive or less expensive than the thing you were holding. In that menu, if you press A to select a thing, it will bring up a, like, would you like to confirm this trade, yes or no? If you press B, it will cancel out of that. If you press A, then B on 2 subsequent frames, the game freaks out because there's just a slight error in the code and it can't handle the inputs that quickly, and things end up pointing in the code to things they were never meant to point at. And 2 of the end results is, 1, it reads the switch as though, rather than the thing you were equipping, it just reads some random memory from data and tries to interpret that as a piece of equipment. We specifically select one that sells for a lot, which means that when we fake trade, it gives us a bunch of money because it thinks we're swapping in something really expensive. The second result is that it accidentally fills in another character's weapon data with garbage. And we have specifically selected the garbage to result in a very powerful glitched weapon. Now, the catch is that it's not the characters in the party who get the glitched weapons, it's the characters who are not in the party. So until they then join the party, we won't get to take advantage of it, but hold that thought, we'll come back to it in half an hour. In the meantime, we have a boss to fight. Speaking of which, that explanation took too long. You'll notice that on the way here, we fought one single random encounter against a single zombie and killed it. That was optional, but that one single zombie is the most efficient way to get to level 2 on Ryu, and the extra damage that it gives him for this boss fight is more than worth the time it takes to kill the one zombie. And, comically, that zombie fight was not hypothetically optimal. I believe the zombie took an attack. It is possible for Ryu to outspeed the zombies, because random enemies in this game, when they spawn into the fight, they roll a random bonus to their speed between 0 and 7. And if that zombie rolls exactly 0, Ryu will outspeed him. And then the zombie wouldn't get an attack, which would save me a couple seconds. Ryu would just attack and kill it immediately. However, that one zombie fight is extremely rare. There literally isn't a frame that produces a one zombie fight with a zombie slow enough for Ryu to outspeed it. Trust me, I looked. I spent a week looking, it's not there.
I trust you.
Okay.
Casually, I don't think I've ever seen a single zombie, and I've probably started this game like 10 times. So.
Yep. Alright, I think we've caught up on all of the tech that's happening. This is one of the funny things about the run, is for all that it is a 4.5 hour video, sometimes the tech comes at you pretty fast.
Yeah, it's bursts, right? That's almost always how it is. Fire
We
rock.
take a quick detour here. Yep. So we're actually going to use the fire rock for exactly the same reason that human speedrunners use the fire rock. There's a mini boss later that is just extremely tedious unless you have the fire rock, in which case it's a one action fight. Here is the movement error. If you fall down closer to the door. If you walk directly to the left, you fall down further from the door. I didn't know that the first time I made this video.
Imagine a hole being where your time sink went. All right, here's another month of time. Right down the hole.
Nice pun.
So we're immediately getting into another boss fight here. So I'm afraid there hasn't really been time for questions. Also, I've been completely ignoring chat. I'm going to take a look at chat once we're done with this fight. So this is actually a really good example of a fight where the optimal result is just not happening. Optimally, each one of these things would attack Ryu and he would just counterattack all of them. But the odds against that are astronomical. So if I'm remembering right, I think I got 3 counterattacks, which is pretty good. Or it's possible that I only got 2. Okay, I only got 2. Which is okay. That's still enough to turn this into...
We're a bit low on life, aren't we?
Well, we specifically want to be a bit low on life because there's a fight immediately after this. Then after that, we want to death warp.
I mean, when you have months of TAS ahead of you, you'll definitely be low on life.
Yeah.
That's true. Yes. How can you kill that which has no life?
I mean, that's a casual experience. You come in here with like this much HP too. You're like, all right, please just hit bow. Please just hit bow. Nah. Well, I guess I'm doing the walk again.
The size of these bugs, I think they could just have the house.
Yeah.
Is that an option?
Building a house in a different location is a better call, honestly.
So, for example, in that fight, you saw Ryu got 2 crits, but Bo didn't. That is actually not suboptimal because a crit from Bo doesn't reduce the number of actions the fight takes. It still takes 3 attacks regardless of how many crits you get. Sorry, you do need 2 crits. You don't need the 3rd crit. So you basically you get that wiggle room, so you don't have to find the rarest possible result, which would be a crit from both Ryu and Bo, and the cockroach attacking the target you want him to and high rolling his damage. It's okay that Bo doesn't crit, which gave me more flexibility. Alright, now we have a death warp, and then there's a lot of plot. So all of the questions you've been building up for the last 10 minutes, now you can ask them.
I want to ask one. Crits. So is that like a percentage? What's the bonus damage you get out of having a crit?
So a crit is just straight double damage.
Oh. Yeah, I know a lot of games I play are like 10, 15, 20%, but just double, huh? Okay.
Just double.
Some weak crits.
So, yeah, just double, and on top of that, it not relevant until later in the game, but the attack up buff just straight doubles your strength stat, or which effectively just straight doubles your damage. So attack up crits are quadruple base damage on top of glitched weapons, which have the hits twice property. So we're going to be murdering some bosses real quick with all of those damage multipliers.
Yeah, looking through chat, I think we've more or less covered everything. The only thing I guess is interesting, or a question I'd like to ask is, while you were doing this TAS, as you know, this is 4 plus, or just 5 minus hours, I guess is the better way to put it.
Yeah.
And you've already said it was months in the making. Did you find any new optimizations, or was there any new optimizations found that you had to circle back for outside of that hole?
So just to clarify the question, optimizations for the TAS route or for human routes?
I mean, I guess both, honestly, because they'd be very interesting to do in general.
Well, I certainly found a lot of optimizations. Yeah, for the TAS.
Come back to it at those points.
Yeah, the only previous TAS was from 2010, and Like, it was just very suboptimal, both in the small-scale manipulations of individual fights and in the large-scale actual routing of the game. Among other things, the weapon glitch wasn't known back then. And like, that alone saves maybe 10 minutes over the course of the run, just because your boss fights are so much more efficient with the glitched weapons.
Yeah, I think a lot of the earlier TASs are kind of more like low TAS, where they're just like low optimization.
Effectively, yeah. There's also a point later in the game where if you pay an outrageous sum of money that you aren't realistically supposed to have as a player, you just get to skip a dungeon. It's like like the Pokemon bike in Red and Blue, where like you're not supposed to be able to buy that bike. Now in those games you literally can't, because the amount of money is larger than the wallet size. The Breath of Fire 2 has one like that, but the amount of money is technically possible with the wallet size. It's just in practice you would never. But because we can glitch an arbitrarily large amount of money, we just get to skip the dungeon, which is great. And that's another thing that wasn't back then.
Especially when the devs put that stuff in, and it's like clearly intended to be like, you can't do this. And they're like, I mean, I guess he made the money. I don't know why they grinded it, but you know what? You can, sure, whatever, man.
Yep. So, in between my first attempt at a TAS and then this video, some of it was just fixing errors. And there were things that I should have gotten right the first time, and like the only reason I didn't was because I goofed. That wasn't new tech, that was just Charles is bad at his job. Things that were optimizations were... I keep trying to think of examples, and the thing that comes to mind is comically a non-optimization, which requires explanation. There was an idea that I had for an improvement to the route. It was the entire mid-game section where you have to do a number of things. You have to go to Township and go to the well so that you see the machine in the well so that later you can set up the good ending. And you have to go to Guns to recruit the engineer, also necessary for the good ending. And you have to recruit Bleu, the secret character. And you have to go to Highfort, because that's the next place in the game. There's a bunch of stuff that you have to do in some order, and I thought I had a clever idea for how I could reorder it and save time. So I did all of the work. Again, weeks of work, and I did indeed save about 3 seconds. It was faster by about 3 seconds, but the time save resulted in a different party at the end of it. And what that means is immediately after that Highfort section, you have to go and talk to a wizard in a mountain, and the wizard will only talk to women, so you have to talk to him with either Kat or Nina. And Kat and Nina have different dialogues with the wizard, and when I rerouted, instead of having Nina in the party, now I had Kat in the party, and Kat's dialogue is slower by more than 3 seconds, so the improvement didn't work.
Oh no, the best laid plans. Ooh.
So I was just back to the old route after all.
That's like when you do a run and you're like, why don't people do it this way? And then you're like, oh, okay, I'm gonna have to do it. Whoops, I learned a lesson today.
But other than that, it was a lot of little stuff. So for the most part, the route didn't change significantly. I corrected a couple of obvious errors. Most of the time save was just in better manipulation in the boss fights, because at that point, I mean, it's my second published any % TAS, but it's actually version 6 in my files, because I got partway through, found an improvement, went back and redid it, found another improvement, went back, redid it.
Yeah, I was just
wondering. So at that point, I just had a lot more experience.
I was just wondering, because like with Breath of Fire 1, we were talking about some of the optimizations found by the TAS, like the armors actually giving certain effects and things like that. So I was wondering if maybe you managed to find something cool like that in this one that was not well known or not known at all. But
I'm trying to think of anything, and nothing is coming to mind.
I think like the big thing is like BOF 2, like 3 and 4. At least 2 and 3 were played a lot more than 1, 4, and 5. So like
Yeah.
those are really like less just experimented with in general.
The difficulty with trying to apply TAS technology to human runs is just that the strats are so different.
Yeah, it's basically, all right, I'm just going to get double damage here with every single hit, so why buy a new sword?
Yeah. It's the way it ended up is more my ability to make this task is informed by the fact that prior to this, we had spent years mining Breath of Fire 2 for tech. So specifically, we have a community member, Nitrodon, not unique to Breath of Fire 2, by the way. Nitrodon is the guy in a whole lot of different speedrun communities.
Oh yeah, that's a very infamous name. Or rather famous, I guess I should say, not infamous.
He went through this game, like went through its code in assembly and just told us everything we wanted to know about how the game worked. And then we used that knowledge to really majorly enhance a lot of our human speed tech. In other games, I expect it would go the other way around. Like someone makes a task, and in the process of making the task, they do all of the code investigation that Nitrodon did. And then that knowledge could be used in human speedrunning. But because the code investigation predated the task, there wasn't much left for me to find.
Oh, okay. Because I remember some of our like side discussions, we had said that the game was more or less kind of brute forced. I didn't realize there was actually a period where somebody kind of looked through the game that was just prior to most of this, so a lot of it's known and there's just not much.
So I am able to point out several places in the task where I am deliberately using tech that Nitrodon discovered. And it's possible that if Nitrodon had never joined the community, the tech would have stayed unknown until I made this task, and I may or may not have figured it out the hard way, because I don't read assembly, I just brute force things. An example that comes to mind is in Breath of Fire 2, there's a step counter, so when you're walking in places that can generate a random encounter, as you walk, the odds of an encounter on any given tile are just rolled on every step, and the chances of a fight get higher as you take steps. And they reach a cap, and in most places that cap is 64 tiles, and the 64th step will always produce a fight. And in other places it can be 56 or 48. Incidentally, boss fight. Okay, we'll get back to talking about the random encounter function. Behold the rare counter crit. That counter was also a crit. That is not actually a random result. Counters natively can't crit. However, for whatever code reason, the way Breath of Fire 2 works is once your character has rolled a crit in a turn, all of their physical damage for the remainder of the turn will be crits. So if you outspeed the boss and you crit and they attack you and you counter, then your counter gets to also be a crit, but that's the only way to do it. Incidentally, efficient death warp setup. I was very pleased with that. The 13 damage into 13 health looks very, very sexy.
Except when you're on the receiving end and you don't want it to hit for that much. And it hits for exactly.
Sure. Yeah.
Which is less likely to happen in a task, let's be honest.
That's true.
So the end of the random encounter story is in places where the encounter cap is 56 or 48, one of the high encounter zones. If you use the smoke item, which reduces the odds of an encounter on any particular step, it also pushes the encounter cap back up to 64 tiles, and that was not known until Nitrodon discovered it. Because, like, realistically, you're not making it to 48 steps in a high encounter area anyway. The odds against it are astronomical. It only happens in a task. But there are rooms that are fewer than 64 tiles long, but more than 56 tiles long, with a high encounter rate. So if I don't smoke, then I am forced to take a fight halfway through the room and run away from it. But if I use a smoke item, which is faster than getting a fight, then I can make it all the way to the end without an encounter. That's a tiny little optimization credited to Nitrodon.
I have a tiny little brain cell in there that was like, if I know smoke, my brain just was like, there's got to be a joke in here somewhere.
Yeah.
Don't worry, we do that joke every time in a run.
Chat got it too.
It's a smoke-free zone.
You cannot smoke inside our events, guys. You're going to have to be doing that outside. Please take it outside of the venue.
I think what I meant to say is it's a smoke, free zone.
Wait, hold on. I messed up my grammar here. Let me fix. There we go. It's fixed.
The funny thing is, in casually, the smokes have a reputation in Breath of Fire 2 just for not doing anything, because the encounter rate goes from high to still high. That if you actually look at speedrun times, oh yeah, they absolutely do work. That's the main reason that the any % route ends up several minutes ahead of glitchless in the early game, is because glitchless can't afford to buy the smoke item.
I think it's because of what you said, right? It rolls on every step. So, like, It produces that kind of weird bias where it's like, if it's rolling on every step rather than, like, skipping a few steps, or like it is in Breath of Fire 1, where it just turns off encounters until it's over. This one definitely feels
statistically, you will be able to walk further between encounters with a smoke running, but the extremes don't change. I mean, in a TAS they do, but the human extremes don't change. It's still possible to get a fight in only a few tiles, so it feels like they're not doing anything.
I was going to say, excuse me, have you not seen a Jinja run? Man with the worst / best luck ever. It's one or the other, never in between.
So we are just about to finally get a second party member. However, unfortunately, not a party member with the glitched weapon yet. The way it works is, in the game's data, it stores 4 people in the active party and the rest in the reserve party. And that is true even when you have fewer than 4 people in the party. So right now, it just thinks that Bo, Rand, and Kat are in party slots 2, 3, 4, even though they're not presently actually in the party. Which means that when I use Glitch with Ryu, it puts it in slot 1 of the reserve party, which presently happens to be Nina. And back in Hometown, I specifically put Ryu in slot 2, so that when I use the glitch on him, it will put the glitched weapon onto slot 2 in the reserve party, which is Sten. So when Nina and Sten join the party, they will have glitched weapons. But to get the glitched weapons on Kat and Rand, first I have to have them join the party, and then I have to have them leave the party so that they can be put into the reserve party. Then I can get them the glitched weapon.
Hey, I'm excited for, functional Sten and murdering Nina.
Yep. Yeah, that's one of the first questions everybody has when they see a speedrun of Breath of Fire 2 for the first time is, wait, my Nina doesn't do that.
Yeah. Nobody's Nina does that.
Yeah. Oh, so here's a cool little bit of tech. You'll notice Kat is doing her little taunt attack. Go ahead and make my knight or whatever. That displays an in-battle dialogue at the top of the screen. Those things last several seconds, but they can be dismissed after only about 1.5 seconds. And the subsequent actions in the turn, they roll their random results whenever they happen. So by having Kat use her taunt, then I can have that battle dialogue up, and I can wait any number of frames before pressing A to dismiss the taunt, and I basically get full control over the RNG. I don't have this issue of, on one frame, Kat attacks and I dodge it, and on a different frame, I get the crit I want, but I never get the 2 to line up.
Interesting.
So any bosses that have in-battle dialogue are significantly easier to manip, because you get to manip both at the start of the turn and whenever that prompt comes up. So I got to use that during the Harpy fight earlier. I get to use it here. There's a couple other bosses where it comes up.
Casually you're like, just shut up. It's Jack Garland moment. Shut up. I don't care about your story, but I guess for a TASer, it's a feast of manipulation.
Yep. In theory, it is strictly optimal, or the hypothetically optimal situation would be actually Kat does an attack and I dodge it. That is slightly faster than the taunt. But Kat attack, I dodge, I crit is unlikely. And I think in all cases it ended up being faster just to use the taunt to manipulate.
because it'd be much harder to manipulate that too. Assuming you could
Yep.
even.
This August save strength is another in-battle prompt that I can use to manip. You'll also see, like, I'm sometimes attacking with Ryu and sometimes not, depending on whether I was able to find a double crit turn. Like, if I can find a crit with Cat and with Ryu and a dodge from August, then that's optimal. But if I can't find that, then it's faster to just have Cat attack and Ryu not bother, because it doesn't really save time. Ryu's only contributing about 35 damage without a crit, and the Cat's doing well over 100. So there are quite a few places where it's only worth attacking with some party members, because the damage they're doing is so much higher relative to the other party members, and defending takes no time. Okay. I'm thinking ahead. We've got a lot of walking and talking and not a lot of boss fights, so now is a good time for questions. In particular, I feel like I've been talking over Blink entirely. I feel kind of bad I invited you here as a co-com and now you're just watching the show.
It's okay. I can see that you really love your TAS.
Right, Blink, dance, monkey, dance! Get to it!
I can't perform under pressure.
Well,
Dun 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 dun.
Nice. To be fair, I mean, I don't know really much about the TAS itself. I'm mostly just an RTA speedrunner for this game, so a lot of the things that I just had glanced are kind of unique. Like, earlier when he was leaving the town, he left from a different angle, because I'm still wondering how you got back here, because I didn't see you saving when you exited from the other... I guess... Oh, okay, never mind. I think I missed it.
Yeah, I did the save first.
Yeah.
So in that town, for the TAS, all I have to do is go to the weapon shop and then do a safety save and talk to Rand in the pub. And it's fastest to do it in that order and then exit the town from the right, which is near where the pub is. In a human speedrun, you also want to go to the item store to stock up on safety supplies, because you're going to need to heal at some point.
Right.
And in that case, if you have to go to the item store as well, then the fastest route is weapon shop, item store, pub, church, and then leave town from the left side. So the fact that I can skip the item shop is what made the difference.
Yeah. One thing I can talk about that we just briefly saw, we had Rand briefly here, but one thing that's really notable is Rand has an overworld ability called rolling. And when you're in his roll state, you get to move somewhat fast, but also it prevents you from getting random encounters while you're rolling. However, you stop by hitting any sort of object, and when you do, you will be able to return to being able to walk normally, but there's a 50% chance that you get an encounter after you hit an object. So
unless it's a TAS, and then it's a 0% chance.
Well, that's true too, yeah. If you can manipulate your outcomes. But yeah, so we'll be using it a lot when we have to go through like giant strides of the world map, and this happens quite commonly in the RTA version.
Yeah, Breath of Fire 2 has quite a lot of walking and backtracking before you get access to the warp spell. So Rand's rolling will get quite a bit of use. It's notorious in human speedrunning because that Rand rolling, it's double speed compared to walking. Walking is 16 frames to a tile, Rand rolling is 8 frames to a tile. And you cannot stop rolling except by bonking, and then you get your 50-50 of a fight, and you have a little dizzy animation, and then you're no longer rolling. So you basically can't make movement errors moving 8 frames to the tile, which is tricky. It takes some practice. None of us are perfect at it.
Yeah.
There's actually one place later on where there is a technically optimal path Rand rolling that I have never seen a single human attempt, because it is a bunch of tight turns. Like, you have to turn down and then turn left and then turn down again, and they're all on subsequent tiles, and any error and you bonk and you instantly lose the not even a second of time you were going to save. And you just take the much easier route, lose your half a second, and be happy about it. But the TAS, of course, gets to take the optimal route. It just looks very gnarly.
There's a very rude area like that in 16. Once we get the Chocobo for movement, there's this cliffside where there's just cliffs jutting out around like the corner, so you can't get a good. It's really hard to get good movement. If anybody's played that recently, you might know. But yeah, it's the same thing. It's like, okay, one tile, input.
Yep. For the most part, Breath of Fire 2 is pretty forgiving about its literal input mechanics because it's a grid-based JRPG, and with the walking speed being only 16 frames to a tile, so 4 tiles a second, that's pretty easy. Which is good, because I am not particularly coordinated. My slow old man hands don't want to play fast. But Rand rolling definitely stretches my ability a bit. We have to do a couple of fights here, although we're going to make him look pretty goofy. If I'm remembering right, so this fight here where we fight a hood and a spider normally takes several turns as a human, because this spider has quite a lot of health, at least a couple hundred. And you usually have to heal at least once during the fight, because you start out already having taken some damage from sticking your hand in a place you shouldn't have. But instead, we're going to get Cat one-shotting the hood, doing the counter crit trick on the spider, and then critting the spider, and that was literally a 3-attack fight. You will never see that RTA.
So, Puxel's asking in chat, I think you answered it, but why did we get the encounter outside? I think it's because you said we have a cap, correct? So once we hit that, we have to get an encounter?
Yep, so in most areas, including the world map, the maximum distance you can walk is 64 tiles, and then you are forced into an encounter, and there's just no exceptions to that. So in very long walks, I will just periodically get a fight, and I think exactly one super duper long walk, I have to get 2 fights, and it's the price of doing business.
I guess 64 tiles is kind of hard to envision. When you've really never thought of it like that. You're just like, oh, well, I roll the dice every frame, so why should I care?
Mostly it's long overworld walks when we don't have Rand in the party. If we have Rand, then we can roll and it's not an issue. And most dungeon screens are small enough that you don't need to take the fight. But long overworld walks early in the game without Rand, usually you have to take 1 or 2.
Oh wait, so entering a door resets the tile count?
It does, which is fantastic.
Oh, okay. I guess we actually didn't really take it in my head when you said that.
Yeah, we take advantage of that sometimes as human speedrunners. We'll do a suboptimal extra door transition. If we're just walking down a hallway, we'll sometimes step into a side room and then back into the hallway and continue going. If it's been a while since we had a fight, when we get to the doorway, we can just step in and out to reset the encounter rate. And sometimes we're actually able to avoid fights significantly more successfully than you would expect using that trick. A TAS, of course, just doesn't get the fights in the first place. Here is why we picked up the Fire Rock half an hour ago, because trying to kill all 4 of these guys with regular attacks is very tedious.
Especially since they can call for help. But I guess you could manipulate that in a TAS. It's just much faster to just rock it.
Yeah, in a TAS we could prevent them. I think it's a 70% chance at the end of every turn that one of them just revives. Which really sucks as a human speedrunner. As a TAS, of course, we could manip it, but it's still faster to just use the Fire Rock.
Yeah, honestly,
there's some
spells
chat
in this game really shrunk. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's some chat in chat about what various stats are doing. Wisdom is the magic defense stat, basically. It doesn't actually affect your spell damage, which is kind of annoying because spells already suffer relative to physical attacks. Incidentally, by the way, here's Murder Nina. Yeah.
She's got a gun, dude, look out!
Nina's got a gun.
Yep. So, yeah, One is, that's the glitched weapon in action. It's got a very high base power of 64, where most weapons at this point in the game are lucky if they have a base power of 12. And secondly, they have the hits twice property. The reason for that is when we filled out when we filled in Nina's weapon data with junk, it just so happens that one of the flags is like, does this weapon hit twice? And conveniently, the junk that we are able to fill her weapon slot in with happens to include a 1 in that slot, so she gets a hits twice weapon.
Can you also do that for armor as well?
No. It's just for weapons.
Alright, so it's just going to be a kill before you're killed.
Yeah, we're not actually going to be taking very many hits. In fact, we do not buy any armor at all, ever. Even when it would cost us no time, like even if we're already in a weapon shop, we still don't bother taking the 2 frames to buy armor, because more often it's helpful to have low defense than high defense in a TAS. Because sometimes we want to death warp, and then we'd rather not have armor on.
That's actually like the dream, right? I just don't need armor because I kill them before they kill me.
Yeah. Which is funny. So I know I haven't shown off the Breath of Fire 1 TAS on RPG Limit Break, but we have discussed it when Blink was doing his Breath of Fire 1 speedrun. In the Breath of Fire 1 TAS, we do need armor because it is much, much harder to dodge attacks in Breath of Fire 1, and also the fights just take a lot longer. You get hit a lot more.
But yeah,
in Breath of Fire 2, in Breath of Fire 2, we have so much control over the bosses that, yeah, basically nothing bad happens to us. We don't need the armor. This is another of our necessary 64-step encounters.
Was the second one along this walk even?
Yep, this is the super-duper long walk, getting from the Joker hideout all the way to Windia. You can see the little stutter stepping. If it looks like the video is stuttering a little bit, yeah, that's me just waiting a couple of frames before taking the next step, because walking smoothly would have generated a fight.
Oh, yeah, stutter steps, yeah.
Yeah, in high encounter areas, in rooms that are just barely short enough that I can make it without a fight, you'll notice that right at the end of the room, there's some real jerky moving, because it can often be like, wait 7 frames or wait 10 frames before you get a safe step.
I imagine most people are pretty familiar with this, but we could do a quick story digest since we've covered a lot of plot points at this point.
Sure. Yeah, well, we made friends with the dog. The dog made some poor life choices. He was run out of town because he was caught breaking into a guy's house, and now we're trying to hunt down the other person who was breaking into the same guy's house, because they're the one who actually successfully stole something. And apparently, being a bad thief is a legal defense in this universe. So we're trying to prove Bo's innocence by demonstrating that he did not successfully steal the thing that this other woman stole. So now we're trying to find that woman.
Breaking and entering isn't the crime, it's theft that's the crime, apparently. Yeah. Well, the window was broken when I got there. It looked like an entrance to me. I knocked.
And the monkey is Sten, so we finally have our 4th party member. So Sten and Nina have glitched weapons so far. They are going to be doing the lion's share of the work, because, good golly, those glitched weapons do a lot more damage than anything else. But the entire first third of the game is basically just go to the next place that you are able to go looking for the woman with bat wings, who is a better thief than Bo is. The actual plot of the game doesn't kick off until you've done that, which is basically the entire first third of the game as a prologue.
So Rotorstorm also asked in chat, do you know if luck works and what exactly it does?
Luck affects your condition stat directly. So when your condition... Let me try that sentence again. Periodically, the game will roll an update to your condition stat, and one of the things that affects the outcome is your luck stat. So luck determines condition in the same way that like strength, your character's base strength determines their offense, and then the offense is used to calculate damage. And condition is used to roll for like your odds of critting, your odds of dodging, things like that.
Okay. So it does work. Good. Interesting.
I think the terms I'm trying to think of are like a primary stat and a derived stat, and the derived stats are what are actually used in combat to calculate things, and your character's primary stats are their stats independent of equipment and modifiers and stuff like that. That is actually, incidentally, one of the only remaining potential improvements to the run is the inner workings of the condition updates were worked out, not after I finished this, but as I was working on it. And in principle, what I could do is, as I'm making the TAS, I can have open like a RAM watch, and I can be looking to see when my conditions are about to update, because it's only infrequently, like on the order of a few times an hour at most, maybe less than that. But they're discrete updates, and I can watch, and because they're semi-random, I can try and manipulate them to get my characters the highest condition stat possible, which therefore translates into the highest crit chance possible, which means that on average, I should be able to manipulate my turns and find the crits that I want with fewer frames of waiting. It's going to be a ton of effort to implement that, and it will probably not save that much time, so I haven't done it yet. But it's the only clear improvement that I'm aware of. Oh, here's a cute little thing. This little ant waiting on this island, when he touches you, you get an encounter. Look. I'm not touching you.
He touches you. I'm not
This
touching
is a little
you. I'm not
sibling
touching
sitting
you.
beside you in the backseat of the car. Look, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. That was
He deserves it. That little guy is obnoxious. I've seen him kill runs before, too.
This is a fun boss fight. So most people are traumatized by this in casual play because you roll into this fight and this boss has 2 different attacks that hit your whole party for at least half their health, and you have no multi-target healing ability. However, it's a TAS. So I'm actually deliberately manipulating him to use his mind control attack, partly because it has an in-combat dialogue that I can then use to further manipulate the rest of the turn. It will say, here, Sten has been controlled. But also, I'm using Sten to kill off the unhelpful people, because after this boss fight, we want to Death Warp. So, not only have I got my 2 less useful people already killed off, but I get a nice clean 3-round fight with only crits.
Probably optimally, even in RTA, it might be fair to just have Ryu down.
Yeah, in any percent, I do not bother healing Ryu explicitly. He will sometimes get healed by Splash from the Moondrop, but no, if Ryu goes down, it's cool. It's fine. Same with Kat. Nina and Sten are doing all the work. Yeah, the more I practice any percent RTA, the more I'm just YOLOing that Terrapin fight and just trusting that it'll be fine.
I've been severely unlucky with it, where he'll either just never AoE, or like he'll AoE the first turn and then that's it. He never AoEs again, or he only AoEs and I have to constantly Moondrop. And then after the last Moondrop goes, he dies on the first hit. I should probably count damage more.
It's probably the single most relevant fight for damage counting, RTA. Knowing when he's about to die so that you don't have to heal helps set up the Death Warp a lot.
Yeah, any fight that sets up a Death Warp, I do count. Like, Baba's a lot easier for that. There's one other fight I just can't immediately think of where that's also relevant other than Terrapin.
The Cockroach.
Yes, but he can get up, so that's the only other issue.
Yeah, true. I mean, if you're trying to get a good time, just YOLO it, and if he kills you, well, your run sucked anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a beautiful, beautiful Death Warp. So finally, because we Death Warped immediately to that dragon statue at the ruins, it never actually updates the ruins to how it's supposed to look now. You have to leave and re-enter to get the update. But now we can get Rand back, which is great because we have a bunch of walking to do. In RTA, normally we take this opportunity to set up the glitched weapon on Cat because this is the first chance we've had to put Cat in the reserve party. However, going into a town just to go to the weapon shop, set up the equipment glitch on Cat, and then leave and continue on is quite a bit of time. So we're not going to do it here, we're going to do it later. I've actually been wondering if this could be implemented into RTA, because later when we get to Sima Fort, we have to walk directly past a weapon merchant anyway. It's conceivable that it could be worth doing. I'm not sure. It would mean doing the next dungeon without a glitched weapon on Cat, which obviously would be a detriment. I haven't tested it.
I was going to say, hello, good sir. Do you carry moondrops in the shape of weapons?
Yeah.
You don't? Oh, well, maybe next time.
Look at all this beautiful movement. No encounters. We're free. We have to go all the way back.
Every turn I clench.
Yeah.
Such clean movement. Terrifying, but clean.
So this is the first time I'm seeing any of Breath of Fire 2.
Cool.
Which is my lead into, I really like the idea that the overworld movement is tied to your party and your party progression. That's a really cool mechanic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, most of them have some like individual things. I think it's like Ryu, Bo, and Cat aren't going to be shown much because they can actually hunt. There's little grass tiles that pop up to hunt some random animals. But for
We
Ryu
will see fishing from Ryu.
That's true. Yeah, that is kind of his main gimmick, as it always is.
Yep. The TAS does make time to fish.
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
Ryu and
fish-
Bo do.
Oh, go ahead.
The fish that we get may look a little strange, but it is still technically fishing. It may or may not be the strongest sword in the game.
Because of course you
Nina's
want to lock that behind the fishing minigame.
Naturally. Nina's
Most people
overworld ability is if she is in the front of the party and you would fall down a trap hole, instead she floats you back up so you don't. Except in the one place when it would actually be useful, it doesn't work, which is very tilting. Rand, obviously Rand rolls. Sten swings across poles, which you just saw him do a little bit ago. Who else am I forgetting? Jean turns into a big old frog and hops around, which mostly lets you hop over cliffs and swim through lakes. And Nina can also later in the game summon a bird. We don't get an airship, we get a bird. Nina summons the bird.
We're also
And Spark can walk through trees.
Yeah. spars needed to navigate deep forest.
It is worth noting that just here we exploded their cabin by trying to fuse, and since we're a dragon, that did not go very well. But everybody else in the party can fuse, and since we're on that topic, if we fuse them perfectly, they actually change forms and are very strong. But it does alter pretty much all of their abilities across the board on the overworld. So it does kind of.
We're not going. Yeah, tragically, we don't get to see any fusion in the TAS.
No,
but it is in RTA. We do use
Why
fusion strats
this?
RTA. I know, right?
All right, I'm shutting it down. All right, Ashen, turn the video off. I was not told of this. I am very upset.
Okay, you're gonna have to have me back to do an RTA speedrun, and then you can see some fusions.
Yeah,
actually, the use of fusions in the RTA route is honestly my single favorite bit of tech across all of the Breath of Fire 2 categories. It is so cool, and it never causes anything bad to happen, and it definitely hasn't caused Blink an undue amount of stress.
The fusions are so cool. Like they gear up the characters so much. What is it? I think if you fall into critical, fusions defuse automatically, which is like, oh no.
Yep. Not a great implementation in terms of casual play. Alright, here we are using our glitched weapons for a nice quick death warp. I had to be a little bit careful there, because if you have a glitched weapon that attacks twice, and the first attack kills the party member that you are targeting, the second attack is going to go into the enemy. And that one single beak does not have enough health to tank a hit. By, an order of magnitude. So Sten actually had to miss his first attack on Rand so that the second attack would kill him.
Oh, look, Nitrodron showed up just late enough to miss the glazing
hello,
segment.
Nitrodron. Yeah, we were saying nice things about you earlier.
Being able to look under the hood is always a valued thing that we don't always get. Then the second most valued thing is a cutscene remover. I gotta find somebody for that. I've been thinking about it behind the scenes, and I'm like, should I bother asking the Breath of Fire community? And I'm like, bruh, no, they'll be fine if I find somebody to do a cutscene remover. I should just do that.
Yeah.
What? You can make my run.
Which Breath of Fire games even have distinct cutscenes to remove?
Yeah, I think that's the problem. Is that you'd have to vote on what is and isn't, because it's pretty ambiguous. Does text count? Should we just do instant text?
I mean, with some of the Final Fantasy games, it's been with Final Fantasy games, it's almost been anything that doesn't have player input in dialogue.
Sounds about right.
So dialogue options with yes or no are going to be exempt from that, but definitely anything that doesn't have any player interaction gets cut. So it would be the same thing here.
I guess the only weird thing would be the state change on the Dragon Jewel to see if that messes with speeding up or skipping these, or if you can just simply set the value.
Oh, here's the real hair-raising turn. Take a peek.
Wow.
I'm looking at that
you
side.
will never catch me trying that RTA.
That probably saves 15 seconds going that way.
It does not save 15 seconds. Maybe it saves 15 tiles. 1 to 2
and maybe
seconds
it's more
max.
5.
Oh, it's
because you're going low and then you're having to go up again.
So
But
you
look,
notice there was a long wait there before I accepted that dialogue. That was manipulating this. That enemy dropped a Medicaid. That is a 1 in 256 random drop from the most efficient fight that can drop it. I will be using that later. That is one of the only random enemies in the game that we kill. We killed the zombie at the very beginning of the game to get level 2 on Ryu. We killed that monoped just now to get the Medicate to drop, and we will be killing one more thing at the very end of the game, again for a random drop. That's it! Those are the only things we kill. Other than, obviously, boss fights.
Are you killing a mom?
It's Karm.
Out of context? What?
That's the name of an enemy.
There is an
Okay,
enemy in the
good.
final dungeon called a mom.
I'm glad we cleared that up. I
It's-
got real.
yeah,
I'm like,
it-
oh no, there goes the PG-13
No,
right
I
out the
mean-
window.
But mothers in this game do not have a great KDA, but it's not our fault. Yeah, no, Cat's best weapon is a random drop from an enemy in the final dungeon, and we're going to use that.
Okay. I see.
This is an example of a room you would have seen me just menu to use a smoke. This room you cannot get through uninterrupted unless you use a smoke to increase the encounter cap.
Okay, so I'm noticing what you mean now by the different path of using Sten here versus Cat. Can Sten outspeed enemies in this dungeon?
Not all of them. Definitely the mummies are faster than Sten, or at least they can be.
And they are faster than Cat too.
Yeah. Off the top of my head, I'd have to go and double check.
Okay. That would be my
been a
only
while.
thing. That'd be the only thing I'd consider if ever implementing this RTA.
Yeah.
Because I know monopeds are pretty fast. Oh, and Sten can't even outspeed Nimafu. Okay.
Look at these
Well, maybe
beautiful
not at
damage
level
numbers,
9.
though.
I have to think Sten would be like 10 here. Maybe 11 if you were killing things going up the tower. Because, yeah, like, not having to get her glitched weapon immediately seems like a plus.
Yeah, because there's no other point for that stop in Corsair. Sorry, Blink and I are taking a quick aside to discuss RTA strats. So this is the dungeon where if we skip getting Cat's glitched weapon until we need her, we don't get it until just after this.
You could probably pick it up in Semaphore, actually.
Oh, and we get to see the phone one again. Oop. Yep, that is definitely a Rand-sized gap there.
Gotta love the swag strats.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, in
Alright, new
RTA,
party
you just
member.
go... In RTA, you just go down
Yeah.
the bottom of the lake, which has a lot more room.
It's significantly... It's basically just rolling in long straight lines. Making a single turn while rand rolling is not that hard. Like, you look as the turn is coming up, and then you have an 8-frame window for a single input. That's fine. Is when you have a bunch of subsequent, like back-to-back-to-back 8-frame windows for precise inputs, it's really easy to make a mistake.
And this giant frog that we gave a kiss to turn him back to his normal form became a frog. As, DX Makai...
He went from uppercase frog to lowercase frog.
We have now acquired Jean, who, as many people will call him Jean, is now going to
Also
be one of
coming
the
up-
most annoying characters of the game.
Yeah, one of the very few optional detours we're going to take in the TAS because it is worth it. Also, a real game FAQs moment here. I have no idea what the devs were thinking, putting your signature dragon spells in an out-of-the-way, easy-to-miss, completely unmarked little cave behind a waterfall. Did you know there's a cave behind this waterfall? Yeah, this is where you get the most iconic spells in the entire game.
I have to ask you,
If you
why
do
did
not
you
know
choose
about
to?
this cave,
Why did you choose to hop that way on the world map?
I can only assume it's because it was one of many possible equally optimal ways of hopping.
Is it faster to hop or to swim?
It's the same. Both hopping and swimming are 16 frames per tile, so it doesn't make a difference. One of the upshots of a tile-based movement system is if you're trying to go around, like you have to travel some kind of diagonal distance. It usually doesn't matter which set of movements get you there.
Gotcha.
And now we've lost our frog again.
But now we have gained tons of frogs around us at all times.
Yep. This is also a section with a lot of talking and not very much fighting, so if anyone in chat wants to throw some technical questions at me, I'm going to read through and see what I've been missing.
Nitrogen says, Jean will not be missed.
Amen. So one little difference between the TAS's route and RTA is at the beginning of RTA, we use the shopping glitch to produce a small fortune. It was like $1.4 million on is how we usually do it. And then we throw that money in the bank. Because in Breath of Fire 2, when you die, you don't lose any plot progress. You just get sent back to the last place where you saved, like physically, but with all of the progress still made. The only thing you lose is half of the money you're carrying. Money in the bank is safe. So we make all of the money we want, and then put it all in the bank. And in the theory, you could skip the banking step if you made enough money that even after losing a bunch, you still had enough. But the thing is, it's cut in half every time you death warp, and we death warp a lot. So I haven't done the math on it. Pretty sure it wouldn't even fit in the wallet size. However, in the TAS, we skip all of that. We've only made a tiny bit of money so that we could do the initial shopping at the very beginning of the game and haven't worried about it since. That's because the TAS is going to do its huge money glitch here in a little bit. We don't bother doing that in human RTA because doing the money glitch here is a lot less efficient. Like, you get just far less money per iteration of the glitch, which for humans is a problem, and for a TAS is not, because the TAS can do it so fast it doesn't matter. This is also the same shop that sets up our glitched weapon on Cat. Behold.
Wow.
Man, I wish I
That's
was that
what-
good.
That's what $3.6 million looks like.
That's impressive.
That's what everybody's
this-
menus look like in their dreams.
Hey, Charles, if we do it at this
Yeah.
point, will we ever run the risk of a mirror drop on Cat?
Unsure. I haven't done the math. It would depend on whether you get another condition update while Cat is in the party. Which would then also depend on how you route the Nimifu's Tower section, whether or not Cat is in the party. When those condition updates happen, they only update for characters who are actively in the party. So if we are planning to put Cat in the reserve and do Nimifu's Tower with Sten, then whether or not the mirror is possible will depend entirely on whether Cat gets that conned update before she's put out of the party. However,
see.
doing it... Also, if you're going to do the money glitch here, then we would need to make sure that whatever the corresponding pointer is works out to something that sells for a reasonably expensive thing, which does work out in the TAS, but it would probably end up pointing at something different in a human speedrun, just because the times are so different.
Yeah, my thought is not necessarily for money glitching at all. It's just for if getting glitched weapon on Cat.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I guess,
Short answer, don't know. Have to test.
I guess if it only updates for people who are in the party, it doesn't make any sense. You'd still risk the drop.
It is possible that, I mean, you get the first condition update when you're in the Joker hideout, and then Cat remains in your party all the way until you're doing the post-Terrapin plot.
Mm-hmm.
Off the top of my head, I don't think that's enough time to get another condition update, but I would double check before saying that for sure.
Mm.
So we did get a question in chat, and Nitrodon answered it, but I think it might be a bit more nuanced. One of the people in chat's asking, does the glitch weapon get better the later the glitch is done? I think more so what they're
No, the
getting at.
glitch is the
Can we-
same.
Okay. Yeah, can we do it later with a different item, get a different result?
You're
There are
up.
not possible results.
What was that?
So, when you're producing the glitched weapons, there are the junk data that we're putting in our characters' weapon slots. There are 9 possible things it can be, and which one it is determined by the stack size of an accessory in your backpack when you are performing the glitch. Which is why at the very beginning of the game we bought a stack of 6 Urchin. Because the stack size of 6 corresponds to the Moondrops data and gives us the best weapon. There was a very short period of time when the shopping, or like the glitched weapon had been discovered, but the fact that it was determined by stack size of an accessory wasn't known yet. I think that may have been like a week or 2 weeks tops. But by default, if you just do it on an accessory with a stack size of 1, because most accessories aren't stackable, only fishing baits are, you get a herb weapon rather than a moondrop weapon, which is also a 64 base power weapon. It's fire element rather than holy element, and it doesn't have the hits twice property. And it's the hits twice property that we're really after.
I see. I remembered vaguely the herb period for a little bit, and then the moondrop. I wasn't really aware that it was such a finite number of molds, I guess, however you want to put it, different variations. I thought there was a lot more, but I guess it makes sense when you put it in that perspective.
Yeah, when we're talking about the drop thing that I've been bringing up is more when you're in the shop menu, and it has to point to a random item in order to put the junk data on someone. The shop item that you're supposedly trading in for the Switch can be a different item, and on Cat specifically, it's a unique scenario where one of the items that the game will point to in the moment that you're doing the glitched weapon in the run can be a key item, and it will hard lock the game because you're not allowed to use key items in a shopping menu, so the game gets confused.
Hilariously enough, it's not because the devs didn't think of the problem. Like, you're not supposed to be able to switch a key item. They thought of the problem, disallowed it, and they put in an error message that is supposed to print, and it's the error message that causes the crash because it's too long and it overflows something. If they hadn't tried to put in the error message telling you to not do the thing, it actually would have been fine.
Developers sometimes smarter than themselves.
Yeah. Another boss down. Incidentally, we have to come in here and get a ring from this witch so that Jean can prove that he's the real prince, but the witch doesn't actually have the ring. She dropped it in the toilet, so now, naturally, we're just going to jump in the toilet. Shockingly, not the only time we will do this during Breath of Fire 2.
But also, you came and accosted her in the toilet to get the ring?
Yeah.
It's a very big toilet. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it too much.
This movement is all completely unnecessary. You just have to wait for the ring to show up.
Or that's the illusion he wants you to think.
I can't even say it's RNG manip. I've already given away that random controller inputs don't do anything to RNG.
Or did you? Yeah, the more I think about it, it's like if you're starting to remove Cat from the equation at Nimifu's Tower, then you're kind of hurting yourself a little bit later anyway, the less you have her around.
Yeah, the experience on Cat is meaningful. Yeah, like, it's how much do you care about saving the 30-second shop in Corsair? I can
Yeah.
imagine that it's optimal to skip it, but it wouldn't be a big time save.
Yeah, and I'm not even saying that the experience you'd get in Nimifu's Tower is a lot, but then you're starting to run into a situation of, okay, then when you bring Cat back, she's kind of underwhelming at this point in the game, and then she's prone to dying, and then you'll have to worry about keeping her alive and such until she gets the experience to be worth it later.
Yeah, it's always like the balance in an RTA scenario is like you can't reliably get dodges, blocks, or evasions, so you have to be able to take a few hits, and characters being underleveled can just cripple your run, especially if they're a linchpin in a strat, or in certain areas where you have to go there with that character, and it soft-locked a lot of casual players. Oh, wait. I think I might be talking about something a little bit too early.
Oh, or I just thought of it right now. You do everything the same. You just go through. Oh, no, you can't even do that. Shoot. Because then you're just crippling yourself because you don't have the second weapon person. I almost think you just don't take Nina with you.
No, you need Nina.
Oh, for level 12 for exit?
Yeah. No, when Jean joins the party, you should be able to just take that opportunity to not take Cat with you.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, but then you have to go through Nimifu's Tower without a glitched weapon. I guess that's not that unmeaningful.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll come back and look at it later.
This game good or no? Dude, it's so good. I don't know what you're talking about questioning it.
Specifically questioning the people who are taking 4.5 hours out of their day to stream it. Like, of course, we're going to recommend it.
I was going to say, I love is this game good or no? No, I hate it. I scheduled it specifically so I could show you guys how bad this game is, and I'm sorry. I'm picking on chat. I shouldn't be doing that. I'm just joking. I'm a very sarcastic person by nature.
Literal years making TASs for a game I don't even like.
Yeah, I did this out of pure hatred. Yeah, honestly, our perspective is going to be fairly skewed. A lot of times, speedrunners will once they get frustrated by something, they'll be like, "I hate this game. This game is garbage. It's trash." This game is a bit dated, being very reasonable about it. It's a good game. It's a good game, but it definitely has
5
a lot
out of
of
7 perfect score.
Honestly, this is 7 out of 10. It has a lot of dated game design choices that make it a bit harder to get into. There's some areas that are limited to certain party members that can make it very hard to progress. Some of this stuff is a bit obtuse, and some of the party members are just bad. But it's worth the experience if you have the time and you want to go back and play some older games.
The way I pitch it to people on my channel is if you like the JRPG genre, you will probably like Breath of Fire 2. If you don't already like JRPGs, this is not going to be the game that sells you on them.
I am now very much curious at Poexel's comment, but now I want to know what game he ran out of spite.
Yeah.
That's a very good question, because Poexel and spite in the same sentence sound like somebody's
so happy.
Yeah, very upbeat person. It's really hard to imagine my boss being angry about anything or spiteful.
Yeah, he smiles during his speed runs, and he's so chat interactive. You wouldn't think that he's running a game out of spite.
I can easily see how other people would get tilted trying to speedrun Breath of Fire 2 because so much is out of your control. You're just completely at the mercy of the random encounters. And it's such a long run that inevitably bad things are gonna happen.
This game
Like,
has
there's a
such
reason-
notorious RNG. It pisses me
Yeah.
off so much.
Also, there's a lot of places, like even discounting the encounter RNG, there's a bunch of things that are just like completely random. Like trying to generate a fishing spot. You can get it first try, you can get it 10th try, and it's out of your control. However, I have been playing this game since I was a kid. I'm incapable of being mad at it. I know what I signed up for.
Yeah, a lot of these old games, you're in a point where you're like, yeah, I hate you, but I'll sit here for 5 hours a day minimum, torturing myself.
Yep. If it weren't as long as it actually is, I probably would be more okay with it. Because, like on the other side of the fence, I'm playing Earthbound and I'm running it in. You're talking about always like. Once you start getting comfortable with the game, it's more like a sub 5 hour run.
Yeah.
And most of the RNG tends to be like pretty front loaded. There are some pretty gnarly parts in the mid and late game that can lose you some time. But, there's an element to it of like, some of it's my fault and some of it is just like skill issue. And in this game, it's like, well, none of it's my fault. This is purely RNG. Because, it's not like I'm stuttering past things. I'm just walking and a fight just happens and, it happens to be the really bad fight that I couldn't control.
Yeah, for me, Breath of Fire 2 hits the sweet spot where there's absolutely a ton of luck, but also skill issue. I have never finished a run that I would consider anywhere close to flawless. I make mistakes all the time. So the fact that there's still so much for me to improve on, it keeps me motivated to keep playing. Incidentally, we just fought a gold fly. I just defended or failed to run away because it's the fastest way to make the fight end. You just have to get 5 turns to pass as soon as possible. Here is a really neat bit of tech. I was real proud of myself for figuring this out. We use Sten's special ability, Rip. It makes enemies less likely to target him and lowers his defense. The reason I'm using it, though, is it only causes him to do a single attack rather than the double attack that a glitched weapon would normally do. The reason I am deliberately not doing double attacks with the glitched weapon is this J-Worm has a very high counterattack rate, and the number of frames of animation that Sten's attack takes means that the worm will always counter either the first or the second hit of a 2-hit attack.
Oh.
I think the worm has a 50% counter rate, so I forget, it either always counters on even frames or it always counters on odd frames, and Sten's attack animation is an odd number of frames. So like 1 triggers on an even and 1 triggers on an odd.
I think like that. Maybe that's why that boss is so awful casually.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it's the high slam rate, high counter rate, and the sleep attack.
Yeah, that's a pretty brutal combo. Because sleep in a lot of games, you can only wake up when you get punched. So you're like, yay! Everybody's asleep.
Even worse, you only wake up when you get a hit with a physical attack, and there are spellcaster bosses that can sleep you. It is absolutely possible that they put everybody to sleep on turn 1 and then just cast damage spells, and you just get stun locked to death. That can happen.
Okay.
I've lost friends that way.
I must ask, because, this section's very notorious for me, but...
Yeah.
You said earlier that you do fishing, so... Where are you getting gold from? Because you didn't get the one in the forest.
Oh, sorry, you don't need a gold. Fishing up
so
the
you're
Empire
not getting. So you're not getting a Holy Scarf at all?
Nope. It's a TAS. What random encounters?
What about Fire Rocks for the Queen?
Nope. It's a TAS. The enemies are all going to run away from me.
All right.
I love the break where Blink's brain is just breaking, just like processing, data accepted, not acknowledged, moving on.
I did not, I did not anticipate this. So I'm guessing like all the Red Room fights are going to be like solo dude that you just auto kill it.
Mostly, actually, no.
Can the enemies
the
actually
fast-
run away?
The little leech enemies and the fatties can both run.
Okay.
The hemoglods can run, and usually the fastest way, like getting a single Ryu site and attacking it and killing it, is a very fast fight. But also, there aren't very many of them, and also you actually don't want to get too much experience in there, because if Ryu levels during the Queen, he's not at max AP, and you don't otherwise need to menu, and you need to menu to put him back to full AP, or you need to deal with having a less than full damage dragon against Arahamel. So you prefer to not get the experience, and it's just as fast or faster to get into a fight, fail your own run, and then just have the hemoglods run away from you. Which can be manipped. It's a TAS. Sorry, we're getting a bit ahead of the show. Blink is asking something that happens like 45 minutes from now.
Well,
Yeah, I was
because
thinking
like,
I can't wait for a couple hours where I'll understand what you're talking about.
Because this is like one little point in the dungeon where it's very important whether or not in the RTA you get a gold coin. So you could fish up a Manilo shop, and the Manilo shop provides you a lot of resources for the next 2 hours of the run.
We will use none of them.
So I'm confused because he has 0 gold coins at this moment, and I'm wondering, okay, you're not going to fish up either Manilo shop, so what's the plan?
The plan is fish up the Empire Sword. So the two things that, like Blink said, the two main things that you would get from the Manilo shops, one is getting the Holy Scarf, which is just a permanent smoke effect as an equipment. And RTA, that saves you from, one, having to constantly buy stacks of smokes and constantly having to menu to use them. You just equip it and then forget about it. And the other shop is buying a whole bunch of fire rocks, which seriously speed up your random encounters for most of the rest of the game, because most random encounters will die to a single fire rock. But it's a TAS. What random encounters? The rare times that I need a smoke, I can just use smoke as an item from the menu. Oh, the other thing that you'd get from the shopping is fast shoes, which are speed boosting items, which are very important to have RTA, but it's a TAS. Nothing bad happens to me. Don't need them. But that does mean that in the TAS, some bosses will be outspeeding me that wouldn't outspeed me RTA. It's just that they're not going to do anything threatening with their turns. Although, I've never even considered it, but what would happen if we just skipped that Monero?
The fast shoes one?
Yeah. What if we just did the game without fast shoes?
Like I did actually. I was just considering that. You could could you buy smokes?
It takes a couple of minutes. Yeah, you have to roll all the way out there, like get encounters until the fishing spot appears, do the fishing, do the shopping. What if you just did?
Well, you'd also not get the hero BTs on Rand.
Yeah, so you'd have lower damage on Rand, you'd have to menu for every smoke, and you wouldn't have fast shoes.
You'd probably then
need to get the wind bracelet from the Windia dungeon, otherwise Ryu wouldn't outspeed Baruberry, and man, that would be dangerous.
Would you need to do that? The wind bracer, you said.
Yeah. Because without any speed accessories, Ryu doesn't outspeed Baruberry, even with the dragon armor. Yeah. Alright, I think I talked myself out of it. That sounds like a bad idea.
Yeah.
If it were like a 5-minute time save, maybe, but it's probably only like 2 minutes, and then you lose one of those minutes immediately again, just every time you have to menu to use a smoke manually.
Yeah, maybe about a minute there, yeah.
Also, without Fast Shoes, Sten isn't outspeeding Trubo, that fight gets more dangerous. Cat will not outspeed a lot of random battles that she should outspeed, so you'll have to sit through extra enemy attacks before your fire rock goes off. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is bad. You just watch some routing happen in real time.
Yeah, because then you could have just not gotten the coin in the forest,
Yeah.
in the Tagwoods.
I'm sorry, was that
It would
bathroom
be
a
nice
secret
if-
elevator?
That
Yes.
bathroom is a secret elevator.
But why, though?
Where else would you put an elevator?
You know how they say Japanese toilets are advanced? Well, you just saw it in real time.
This boss has a neat little mechanic where at half health and at 1/4 health, he will just immediately end the turn. Like, regardless of where in the turn order it is. So we're going to manipulate our damage a little bit carefully here, because we can use a dragon from Ryu to push him through 2 thresholds in one go.
Oh, I just noticed Plexel's comment about Legend of Mana. Oh, fascinating.
So we pushed him over his 50% health threshold. He is not yet at his 25% health threshold, and this dragon will kill him. He has conveniently just enough health that that works. Okay, and now we have a whole bunch more walking and talking, which means I'm going to take the opportunity to run and take a quick bathroom break. Blink, Sid, and Ashen will cover for me. Yerby.
Yeah, somebody want to give a story update here? It's been I don't think I've ever seen a cooking competition with quite so high a body count. So what's
have
going
we
on?
have we talked about story at all this game? I was just kind of
We had
sure.
one
Oh,
really
yeah,
brief
that
one,
is
but
perfect. Yeah. Story.
So this entire dungeon has been a whole imposter syndrome scenario. This frog that you're seeing is the real prince, and however, an evil frog has taken over to try and seize control of the kingdom. They think that this was like some sort of that there was some sort of like weapon or powerful thing that they needed to get out of this area. So that's why he tried to be under the guise of the frog and act as the prince. As it so happens, the party came, they arrested the real prince, and there's a whole cooking competition because the princess, who's the frog's sister, believed that he was a wonderful cook, like one of the best cooks in the kingdom, and he had his cooking as a resource to be able to prove his actual identity. And so that's why the whole cooking scenario happened. Why we went into the sewers to find ingredients for frogs, which are all bugs, and try and cook the best dish that we could. And in the end, it didn't matter because all the frogs were compromised. They asked us to eat the dishes to show how good they tasted, but we threw up because they're all frog food. And now we just beat the bad frog. And now we have the good frog on our side.
and what got us started on this side quest, this story chain? Just
So when
randomly
we
running in?
when we rescued the frog, he's like, "Hey, thank you for rescuing me. I am going to bring you to my home so we can show you our hospitality." And all chaos was happening back home.
I am
Very
back.
interesting.
But
for covering
as we were learning while moving around this dungeon, the real thief that had framed Bo earlier in the game is actually captured here, and we are going to retrieve her right now. Conveniently,
the very little pause.
Yeah, the very little
Sorry.
pause because the prisoner here will complain about the bugs randomly on some sort of timer, and he's avoiding that extra dialogue that you can randomly get from her.
Yep.
In my last 2 runs that I did, I've gotten it twice before talking to this frog. I didn't even know you could get her dialogue about ew bugs like 2 times in a row before you can free her.
This is a little bit of movement tech that I knew about even before I started speedrunning the game. As the frog, you can just do a quick little hop, and you can skip the entire ferry ride.
I don't ride no boats. Boats ride me! Or something like that.
T-Pain would be disappointed you're not on a boat.
And this is why I wonder why management gives me the unquestionable authority to put people on the channel. Guys,
I didn't realize that you thought I was a questionable human being.
I mean, you made a on a boat reference, so
They're sketchy fellows.
I have to put some pause there.
If I'm sketchy, you could say I'm a work of art.
If anything, the sketchiest. God dang it! Never mind. I was going to say the only sketchy person on the stream is me, but you earned it now. Hey, it's that place we went to for like 5 seconds earlier.
This is our hometown.
We are finally about to be done with the prologue. Once we have finished getting Bo out of legal trouble, then the game can start.
I don't know, this rich guy seems kind of fishy to me.
Ugh. His name is Trout, it's a pun. Nitrodon dropping the knowledge. Patty complaining about cockroaches happens every 256 frames on a global timer if you're within a certain rectangle. Yep, that sounds correct. This is what it's like working on a speed game in a community that includes Nitrodon. You just get drive-by knowledge.
So, my pun fell on deaf ears because Sid had left the channel and I was expecting a reaction out of that. Either that or he was done with my puns and he just left permanently.
Sid was never heard from again.
You can never tell. Oh. So here's the real question. Is Trout just a red herring?
No, he's a trout.
Ah, okay. Does he turn into a fish person? I know there's fish people in this game somewhere.
He kind of does.
Yeah. I'll let you judge for yourself in about 5 minutes. Replay or live? It's actually a replay, but we've seeded chat with fake posts to make it look live, including yours. I'm afraid you are part of the hive consciousness.
Yep.
I would say that given, Trout transforming, he was somewhat catfishing us.
Yeah. That'll do.
Now, this all looks like the same food that they were serving at the frog court. So, is this also made of flies and worms?
Presumably.
I will say no.
Where
I would say over there when we were having the cooking contest, it was almost like, how there's a phrase, polishing a turd?
I mean, I'm aware of that phrase, yes.
I will leave you to make the connections.
As I was saying, In that little dialogue there, you have the option to let Bo do this by himself or come along. And just for fun, the option to let Bo do this by himself is the default option. So if you're just mashing through it, then you get to do a solo Bo. That is not the only dialogue trap in the game.
That sounds like it would be awful.
It is awful.
Especially because he hasn't been in the party for a while, which means that he hasn't been leveled up.
And is still wearing some very weak equipment. Yeah.
Brave dog of the dragon, I love that. Some of these chat comments are awesome.
You know, I guess that's like part of the allure of doing this live, as it does give us a chance to interact with chat a lot more than you would with a TAS, where it's like maybe you get a comment or two and that's about it.
You know, you leaving during the trout session has me kind of suspicious. You could almost say it was a little fishy.
Oh no.
You actually already used that pun once, Sid, but you weren't there, and Blink was very sad that you missed it.
I had to rehash it.
Okay, call me out for getting a glass of water. I see how it is. Thanks, guys. Under the butt.
Were you getting water because this is a fishing session? And here's our proverbial catfish.
He's just a little guy.
The characters, the
little
enemies. This is some This is some great art. This is a good-looking game.
I don't think this is even the spiciest take I have about this game, but I think Breath of Fire 2 probably has the nicest sprite art of any Super Nintendo RPG.
Yeah.
Not objectively, but like it is my favorite for the quality of its sprite art.
The sprite art is really nice for it. Like, the lines are really well done.
The other thing too is like with a lot of the other games, you're dealing with just straight up humanoid sprites, like across the board, just all humans. And this game has the blend of fantasy and reality, where there's humanoids like Bo, Cat, Nina, stuff like that. So how do you translate that into a sprite that doesn't look very jarring?
My only complaint about the art of this game is the colors. When you're comparing it to the previous game, the colors on this one seem a little more washed out.
Yeah, that's fair.
I grew up with Breath of Fire 2 and played Breath of Fire 1 only several years afterward on an emulator because I never owned a cartridge for it. So for me, Breath of Fire 2 looks normal, and Breath of Fire 1 looks a bit jarring because of how bright its colors are.
Yeah, I can understand that. But yeah, that's my only thing, is that just coming from it more modern, like more recently, I feel like Breath of Fire 2's art is just, like, the colors are a little more washed out comparative to the rest of the series, with the exception of 4. I don't know why. I don't like the color palettes in 4.
I do not like how 4 looks either.
Like the cell shading style and...
I mean, I think like 3 and 4 look very similar, but like 4 definitely, I have the same kind of mindset where there's like, I'm not really sure what exactly it is, but it doesn't click as well as 3 does for me. I still like...
Yeah, you're right that they do look very similar, which is why like I always feel a little bit weird about having this opinion. I love how 3 looks, and I do not like how 4 looks at all. And it feels like those two things should not be able to exist simultaneously because of how similar they are, and yet that's how I do.
I would imagine that like the artistic styling is kind of the big difference, because like 3's story is kind of like steampunk modern, and 4 is like does still have that modern aspect to it, but it's like a lot more of Asian, Chinese, mythological, Oriental, like artistic choices. But I
think for me, it's just mostly the color, but not only that, I think it's also the inclusion of the 3D that jars me.
Yeah, the way that camera works is very confusing, especially for somebody with dyslexia. It's like, I feel like I'm playing with a Rubik's Cube every time I'm turning the camera. I'm just like, whoa, what's happening? For anybody that has played like 3 and 4, they're in an isometric view from like the corner, but 4 allows you to turn the camera 90 degrees, and it is helpful to get a viewpoint, but the game was designed with that, so it can be very, very disorienting.
I will. That's not what I meant. I meant more like the 3D polygons in like certain cutscenes and in battle.
Oh yeah, that's true. Some of the battle sprites or models are a bit off-putting. Yeah.
The 2D sprite work with 3D polygons, like adjacent to each other, I do not like the look of. Like Breath of Fire 3 is just all sprite.
Yeah, anybody that's like big mecha fan in anime knows exactly what you're talking about, because it's like they'll have regular art for the humans, and then you'll get in the robot Shinji, and it's this like very like 3D. You can tell it's from a computer, and it's just like it feels like one's copy pasted from somewhere else. So it kind of disjoints reality.
Yep, the CGI dragon. Exactly.
I think if they had made it like 10 years later, it probably wouldn't have been too bad. I'll give them props.
Or even like a few years later because of the PS2.
Yeah, I'll give them props because that's a very early and very bold decision to make for sure.
The thing about the Breath of Fire 2 art that stands out to me the most as like particularly good for its era is the in-combat animations. Like just comparing to something like Lufia 2, where the only attack animation just is like the entire sprite does a wiggle.
Yeah,
or
almost like, in turn-based.
Yeah,
I'm gonna bump you real good.
Or something like most of the basic attacks in Chrono Trigger just don't have very many frames in the animation. And in Chrono Trigger, the in-combat sprite is the same as the walking around sprite. The in-combat sprites for Breath of Fire 2 and their attack animations are just really smooth. They're pleasing on my eyeballs, basically.
If the combat sprites weren't as crisp and well implemented as they are, it definitely wouldn't be as memorable. Because like Chrono Trigger is a full package where like it does everything extremely well. It does some things perfect, but not everything is perfect in the game. Like,
Chrono Trigger is a fantastic game. That was not a slight. I'm just...
Oh, no. I'm trying to, like... The thing with Chrono Trigger is, like, the most memorable part of combat is dual and triple attacks. And even if those are a bit primitive in the way they're implemented, they're very visually pleasing. But with Breath of Fire, like, the combat, I'd say, is probably the most visually pleasing part of the game.
Yeah, I'm also a huge fan of the bottom right party, top left enemies, rather than just a pure left versus right like FF6 has, for example.
Or like Dragon Warrior style fighting, either where it's just you seeing the enemies and no party.
Yeah.
That's the one thing I've always had an issue with Dragon Quest. I know it's like at this point it's kind of a design thing, and they've moved away from it in the like modern remakes and implementing the actual like character that you can see, but I never really like not being able to see my character in the party, even if it is like Lufia where it's just a little sprite that bumps into the enemies. It's like, all right, I know who's attacking. I can name them whatever I want type situation.
Quick interruption just to answer a question in chat. What is a TAS? That's a good question. We should probably talk about that periodically. So over the course of many, many months, I programmed inputs a frame at a time to play Breath of Fire 2 optimally, as quickly as possible.
That is all. Good day. So
that's the short version.
That's the TLDR. It's a very long-term project where you try and manipulate crits, dodges, counterattacks, things like that by going one frame at a time, where a real-time runner is just kind of at the mercy of like, well, if I hit the button on this frame, I hope it's a good one. Versus where it's like, all right, I'm going to wait 3 frames, get a critical, and the enemy's going to miss. So a lot of it is just super optimized combat some games allow you to do really game-breaking stuff, but this is like more of an optimized, or a super hyper mega optimized RTA run that would be like a Ghana run, I guess, is the best way to put it in this circumstance. Also allows you to know how much damage you're going to get. So we can be like, okay, I don't need to get this weapon, or I don't need to get this armor because I can avoid taking damage. So there's a lot of nuance to it.
We do almost no shopping of any kind other than using the shopping glitch to set up the glitched weapons.
Yeah, luckily the glitched weapons isn't TAS specific, but it does give us a nice little buffed weapon that's got pretty high base damage and hits twice. Though you can do that in both RTA and TAS at the same time, so that's not really a special.
We buy the first sword, bow, and staff upgrades for Ryu, bow, and cat at the very beginning of the game before we have access to glitched weapons. And we are going to acquire Ryu's strongest weapon at the end of the game by fishing, and Cat's strongest weapon at the end of the game by a random enemy drop. And those are the only pieces of equipment we are actually going to acquire. Everything else is just going to be the glitched weapons. They're so much stronger than almost everything else.
Yeah. Feel free to ask any questions, though. We've still got several hours left in the tank, so we're more than happy to answer.
2.5 to be precise.
Yeah, we're almost at the halfway point.
I mean, from my perspective, the shows are usually around 2 to 3, so getting closer to 5. So I'm gonna enjoy it though, because honestly, like watching TASs can be a bit dull. Honestly, but this is definitely a really cool experience, being able to chat with the author during the entire TAS.
Yeah, every TAS I make, I showcase on my channel and basically do this, have conversations with chat, precisely so that then anybody in the future who is interested in the task can watch the video of that showcase, because with commentary it's so much more interesting than just watching the straight 4.5 hour video with no talking. Incidentally, spook, dead spook. We killed the ghost.
And we have learned exit conveniently where we need it, because we have to leave this whale. We entered the whale and now we're exiting.
Conveniently, the experience works out just so that Nina learns exit at level 12, and she gets level 12 from this boss on the standard experience route. Otherwise, we'd have to walk out, and it would be much slower.
And that's better than exiting in the conventional manner of a whale. And, yeah.
Thank you.
I see where the rest of this is going to go. It's... I can see the writing on the wall. This is where the commentary is going now. It's going underwater, just like this whale!
Nice. I like that you're being punny, too. So now we smack the whale by, or wake the whale by smacking its upside-down uvula.
Yeah, the uvula being upside down is a bit of a mystery, but kids don't know biology.
We don't know whale anatomy. Only Pinocchio would know.
It'd be funny if I looked it up right now and it's like, yeah, they are. First of all, it doesn't have a uvula, and second of all, its analogous is upside down. Up and up.
So now that we have rescued the whale, we have transport. We can now travel over water. In an RTA speedrun, we'd take this opportunity to put the adventure on hold and do a whole bunch of side questing to get stronger. Not as in grinding, but as in going, like, getting warp points at towns, setting up the good ending, buying some equipment, etc., etc.
So
in the TAS, we're just going full steam ahead.
So I'm going to say this. I love how knowledgeable the Cid is already, because he was correct. Whales do not have uvulas. They have what is called an oral plug.
I'm glad that I just threw that out there, and and I got Googled on.
Whale expert Sid.
Bro, I don't know. I'm just like, why would a whale need a uvula? It doesn't make any sense because it sucks in like fish. So what's the point of having an anti-choking device?
This has been such a
There's
weird spot to come back into. I just have to say that real quick.
Yeah, we were waking up the whale by slapping it in its supposed uvula. So we were chatting about whether a whale actually has such a thing.
Well, apparently the
Okay,
oral
okay,
plug
hang
is
on.
to prevent it from choking on seawater.
Yeah.
There we go,
Question
yeah.
from Autumn in chat. Autumn asks, was there anywhere that you had to work backward to make sure a boss fight would be possible? And shockingly, no. Because you can just always dodge bosses' physical attacks, and all bosses have physical attacks, no, I could just assume that everything would be fine. It was never a question of possible, it's just how fast. There's a couple places where it's worth doing a little bit of setup ahead of time. For example, the very first boss, the Harpies, it is worth taking time to... Oh, by the way, text glitch. It's worth taking time to beat up a zombie before you fight the Harpies, because the time save from level 2 Ryu on the Harpies is more than the time you invest killing the zombie, for an example. But yeah, there's a text glitch. The game accidentally gives back control of your characters before it was supposed to, so you can just do that to save time.
And confuse the audience, too.
Yeah, it looks a little funny.
It's been a while since I've seen a run make it this far, so...
Fair.
Furthest I ever get to see is Gold Roach.
So, one of the questions I had when I was first routing my TAS is it even worth getting the glitched weapon on Cat? Which sounds silly, because Cat's the best attacker in the game, why would I not want her to get a glitched weapon? But the reality is, you don't actually use her that much. And Cat's reputation as a very strong damage dealer, specifically with respect to the glitched weapons, is actually overrated. It's Rand who's the best glitch weapon user. The thing is, the way they're designed, Rand has a very high base strength, but weak weapons in the game. Cat has also a very high base strength, and also very strong weapons in the game. That's why Cat is normally the stronger attacker than Rand. But if you're using the glitched weapons that all have a flat power of 64, Cat's advantage disappears. Rand does just as much or more damage. And Rand has to be in the party quite a few times when Cat doesn't, and also Rand being in the party gives you the advantage of being able to Rand roll without having to party swap. So I wasn't sure that it was going to be worth taking the time to set up the glitched weapon on Cat, given that I don't need her for random battles. This is one of the few fights where you do use her, and ultimately I did determine that, yeah, okay, it is worth it, even just for the couple of fights, because you're right by that weapon shop in Sema Fort. It takes almost no time to set it up. But I did consider it.
Do you ever optimize any of these fights based on characters' attack animations? Or is it pretty much you just need this party and that's pretty much how this game goes?
In principle, it could be. In reality, the only one that's really relevant is how much time does it take to use a dragon versus just doing attacks. So there are times when I could, in theory, use a dragon, but it's faster to just use regular attacks. Or I could, in theory, use a dragon and then use AP restoring items on Ryu and use a second dragon, but in fact it's just faster to use regular attacks. And the general trend is, for the most part, dragons are not as good as you think they are. That 512 is a big number, but the dragon attack animation is actually quite slow.
Yeah, the animation does look like it's very long compared to physical attacks. That's actually why I thought... Go ahead.
Subsonic in chat says, you would be dragging the fight on.
Yep.
I was about to be like, I don't think that's a question, but okay.
No, I didn't. I didn't specifically say it was a question. It was more of a statement.
You just wanted to steal somebody else's pun. Got it. Good, great, thanks.
No,
No,
I'm
he gave credit.
actually.
Eric.
I'm giving him credit.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
he cited his sources.
You're
Yeah.
lucky Ashen is the one with the mute button. That's all I gotta say.
So you go from that side of the world to
Yeah,
Blue's house.
so this is a little bit of TAS unique technology. If it looked like I just talked to nothing, it's because the ghosts are flickering at the frame rate of the stream. Don't worry about it. This is another really sus rand roll that I would not want to try as a human.
You know, you could probably convince people that like it just deflects if you hit it at the right angle or something. Because some of these really do look like you just hit the right tile, and the game's like, "No, you're going that way."
Does Spar know warp already, or what? What is this?
Nope. This is...
Oh, you're rand rolling back.
Yep.
Just to avoid coming back here. I see.
Basically, I'm doing everything all in one go. And because I can
Right.
guarantee that there's no room bonk fights, it's not as sus as doing it as a human.
I mean, we also
But
have
this way-
resources to get through it with like dragon and stuff. I'm just wondering, is this the better way to do it if you don't have blue?
I mean, in the situation that TAS is in, where you know you won't get a bonk fight, yes. Yeah, I spent a significant amount of time routing this section and testing all of the various possibilities. So we need to talk to the Wise Tree with Spar. We need to go to Blue's hideout to talk to the ghost so that we can come here and recruit Blue. After doing this and some other things, we'll eventually need to be able to warp to High Fort. So if while we're in the area, we just rand roll to High Fort, get the warp point, and then rand roll back over to the beach, then we don't have to come back here separately a second time to get the warp point, which is what we would do in a human speedrun.
Yeah.
Gotta say, I'm really enjoying the counterplay too between an RTA runner versus the actual TASer. If we do this again,
Yeah.
I have to make sure that
It's possible that this would even be RTA viable, but you need to be 100% sure that you could do the rand roll around the mountain at the bottom without bonking. Because, like, if you take an extra bonk fight down there, then it's not worth it anymore. If you name your character Baba, nothing happens. You just are Baba. Baba is a weird name.
I think I tried that before. The game, it just seems confusing because the game repeats both of them. You're like, oh,
Yeah.
damn, I thought I was slick. Turns out that the name means nothing. There's no special flag. It's just a go fight this guy, then the game progresses. Would be neat though. Yeah, this is the area I was whining about earlier because a lot of people discard Sten the moment they get a hold of them, myself included.
Yep.
So you have to do a not insignificant portion of this solo with Sten and a solo boss fight with Sten, making this a very frustrating area if you don't go out of your way to grind a bit more. And the problem is there's a lot of saves in here while Sten is solo. Yeah, you can kind of soft lock yourself here if you don't have enough money or equipment. It's this is one of those areas like modern game devs would never put you in, or they'd give you a way out.
Yep.
It's really rough. And yeah, I agree. But I mean, luckily the speedrun has some strats so that we can just monkey around.
I mean, if you know it's coming, it's not that big of a problem. The really, it's a newbie trap, really. Once you know it's
Definitely.
here, I gotta get Sten some equipment, or I need to have some extra healing items, and you can prepare for it. And it's very well balanced once you know it's here. The problem is you're like, I don't have to use him for anything, right? And then next thing you know, you're doing the boss fight, and you're like, oh, well, poop.
Makaya, or PX Micaiah just pointing out in chat that Bleu is just casually joining the party at 3 times our average party level. She's level 35, the rest of us are about level 12. Which is true, and certainly very helpful RTA. In the TAS, comically, not really relevant. Bleu's here because the attack up spell is that good.
I mean, Blue is like a legendary mage, so it kind of makes sense story-wise that her level's not dependent on the party. It's more so just,
Now,
I make things go boom.
Here's a really fun fact. Oh, go ahead, Blank.
I was going to say, the fact that attack up is so powerful, it's just bananas.
Thanks.
I am gonna get
talk.
talking to by my boss.
Should I stop with the puns then?
No, it's fine. I'm just being dramatic.
Somebody needs to be the straight man.
Not it.
In addition to the any percent TAS, which I have made and remade several times now, I also made a glitchless TAS, which is not especially optimized, but one of the interesting things about the glitchless TAS is it does not get blue. Because without the glitched weapons, the attack up spell is much less valuable. It's only useful a couple of times right at the end of the game, at which point you have alternative sources of attack up. You don't need blue. And other than that, like, Blue's usefulness is mostly being a source of the exit and warp spells, and you can get those from Nina and Jean. You don't need to go 90 seconds out of your way to get Blue. So the glitchless TAS route actually uses Jean instead of Bleu, which has to be the one and only time in history that anybody has ever said that sentence. I don't need Bleu, I have Jean.
Yep, that checks out. That is the first time I've ever heard that. Almost seems a little bit questionable in sanity levels, but all right. Also, that pit right there was the one you were talking about earlier with Nina, I'm assuming?
No, that's just plot armor.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
it's the moving holes in Thieves' Tomb that, like, hunt you down and make you fall through them. Nina's thing doesn't save you from those.
Funky got funky.
Fortunately, you don't need to win that fight. Losing is actually the quickest way to get out of it. There's a comment from Magius in chat. Brave Man TAS would be amusing. So for context, Brave Man is the meme category in this game. Let's see if I can do this off the top of my head. In Brave Man, glitches are banned, dragons are banned, bleu is banned, shaman transformations are banned, township tenants are banned, and you must solo fight the hardest boss in the game, Barberry.
So fun is banned. Got it. Good. Great. Moving on.
Yes, that was the impetus for the category, is just ban the speed tech and then see what happens. And
what
the
if
world
we made
record
this
for
as
it
hard
is
as possible?
Yeah, just over 10 hours. I am the only person that I know of who has ever recorded a time. And I have been asked before about a Brave Man TAS. It wouldn't be anywhere near as interesting as you think it would be.
Yeah.
The TAS is already pretty close to Brave Man. Like, the glitchless TAS already doesn't get blue. It already solo fights Barberry. Yes, solo fighting Barberry is TAS optimal. It's hilarious. It already doesn't use Township. Basically, the only thing, it would just be a dragonless TAS, which is just not that interesting.
A couple extra turns of poking, and that's that.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it would be a couple extra turns of manipulating high pokes, but...
Yeah. It's the fact that the things that are banned are the things that we use to go fast RTA. Almost none of them are TAS relevant. The fastest speed tech is just be lucky.
I find it funny that it's like an actual speedrunning category versus just like a challenge category where it's like the letter salads from like Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9, 10.
I think you have to use the term
equipment, no items.
I think you have to use the term speedrun loosely when it comes to that category.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I won't explain the entire thing in case anybody hasn't watched a Brave Man run before and would like to watch one and doesn't want the surprise spoiled, but there is a strat right at the end of the game where the strat is roll a d8 on a 1 through 7, lose 3 minutes, and then roll the die again. You have a 1 in 8 chance, and you just have to keep rolling that die until you get your 1 in 8 chance, and it's a 3-minute time loss every time you miss.
That sounds
the strat.
awful.
I have inflicted this upon the world.
Says the only runner to complete a run.
Yep. The only runner to attempt a run.
Yeah, that sounds like one of those things you start like trying to learn, and then you rapidly realize that this is not what you thought it was, and just rip cord out, done. Never again. We're not talking about that. I don't know what you're talking about.
So the thing that is particularly funny about it is I think I've done 2 runs of it ever on my stream, and I've done 3 runs, I think, for Really Longathon. And not once, but twice on Really Longathon, I have got it first try. So
That's
there was
impressive.
this huge build-up about this huge luck gate. I was like, oh, nope, never mind, works first try.
Estimate's 11 hours, and you do it in 10 because you didn't fail the
Exactly. I
check.
think the usual estimate I give is 11 and a half.
Yeah, I think the closest.
Although
we
to
were discussing-
compensate
Go ahead.
to compensate the third of those 3 times in Really Longathon, I think we spent 45 minutes rolling that die. We got on like the 19th try.
19th. Yeah, I think the closest we're willing to get is probably a glitchless run.
Yeah.
On
Oh
the,
no, I would.
channel.
The Brave Man category is specifically a meme run for meme appropriate situations.
With
for
how
gamers.
memey that is, that would have to be like a major dono incentive for the marathon. Like, all right,
It would be
do
a
we
fun
want-
dono incentive. Yeah. Glitchless run unless we get X donations for whatever cause we're supporting, and then we upgrade to Brave Man.
With the save points now, we could do it. You just kill an hour,
Yeah.
get rid of the save points, back on track, baby. That's what they're there for, so we can add hour-long donation incentives, not tech issues.
So, really quick. Do you think our Snake Lady character owns a blue Corvette?
What?
Lives
I
in
get
a blue
the
house.
reference, but I don't get the reference. Oh, okay,
with
now
the
I
blue
get the
rear,
reference.
rear window.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Blink.
Took a second, but we got
Yep, we got there. This is another of the big rooms where you have no choice but to take a random encounter. A fun little detail that probably hasn't been commented on yet. RTA, you would like to see leadoff attacks, because if you get a leadoff, then you have a guaranteed run. But the actual leadoff attack text in combat loses time. So in a TAS, if we get a forced encounter, we force a non-leadoff, and then we just luck the 1 in 16 or whatever the miserable run chance is.
1 in 16 doesn't sound that bad, but like, it feels
It's
worse
pretty
than
bad.
that.
Yeah.
It feels more like a 1 in 64 chance of running.
Yeah, sometimes those like low rates that it's like some days when you're like playing Earthbound, you can feel like a 128 is like guaranteed, and then other days it feels like it's 100 and freaking 256 or something. You're like, why is this so bad?
You know, for the first time, I got the 1 in 64 drop from Captain Strong, and I've reset it on it a lot. I didn't know he could drop a boiled egg.
Yeah, some of the rare drops in that game are kind of crummy, but for the most part, they're good.
Yeah.
What did I? It's like, hey, you need to sit down and take a rest. So I'm just gonna punch you into this wall to make you do it.
Bonk.
Very anime
As you normally
Oh.
do.
Yeah.
It's very anime coded,
Nina
yeah.
assumed the position.
It's like
Now that we've given Sten attack up, he's going ape.
Yep. Look at
Now,
these
see,
beautiful damage numbers.
Boo.
it's not demon wall because it's the lock. It's not even the wall or the door.
It's
Yep.
it's just
It's just the
portal.
lock.
Specifically GLaDOS, or
The blue or the yellow, orange one? That's what I want to know.
yeah, all right.
So in Breath of Fire 1, in the TAS, we're consistently killing off characters because Breath of Fire 1 menus are very slow, and having dead party members means that you don't have to waste time on their menus. Not a problem in Breath of Fire 2. Breath of Fire 2's combat menus are functionally instant. We're killing off Nina specifically just so that she doesn't gain experience and therefore doesn't level up, because level up text takes time.
Yeah.
So Hair of Time, that just made me think of, like, have you guys ever watched Nickelodeon?
Yes.
Do you know the show Danny Phantom?
I didn't make it that far. I know of it though.
I'm just thinking of, like, Sten is, like, getting all pumped up with his attack up, and then he's just like, I'm going bananas!
Oh, long way for a joke, but let's go.
No, that's from, like, the chat saying going bananas, but it's just,
Yeah.
that's my first thought is, like, in the show, he's, like, whenever he transfers, he's like, I'm going ghosts, and, like, yeah, I just see it with Sten, like, in his attack up, he's ready
I
to
love
now
that
just,
part
like,
where he said it's Morbin time and morbed all over everybody.
there we go. I'm gonna morb!
I'm just glad chat's enjoying it as much as we are.
This is an interesting fight. This boss is coded incorrectly. She counterattacks, but she only counterattacks Cat and Rand specifically.
Okay.
Yeah, something in her AI that is supposed to check isn't checking whatever it was supposed to check, and instead it checks, like, the character ID of the person who hit her. Not the only coding typo like that. A lot of this game's enemy AI functions, but not as intended because of stuff like that.
Yeah, I guess that's the one, like, interesting thing with a lot of these older games. They have weird quirks like that. And even with QA, it's like, how do you determine that in a reasonable time frame while you're developing a game? Oh, this is supposed to counterattack? I don't get it.
The remarkable thing is that for as much of a mess as BoF 2's code is, the game itself is almost bug-free. Like, we've exploited almost all of the actual bugs in the game, like the shopping glitch and the text bug in the circus, and we're going to clip through something that you're not supposed to be able to clip through a bit later. That's it. That's basically the entirety of the obviously not working correctly stuff. Everything else, if somebody hadn't gone through the code and told you, oh yeah, this is how it was supposed to work, you wouldn't know. Like, just enemy AI that is not working as intended but still works is just invisible to the player.
Yeah. There's two type of games. One that aren't buggy, and it's pretty impressive how, like, glitch-free they are. And then there's the buggy ones that are just broken to all heck and back, and you're like, wow, it doesn't break when we do this. That's impressive.
Like, the amount of stuff you can do in Earthbound to just snap the game in half over your knee is impressive. And
I don't
by
know
comparison,
about any of those. I only play.
I know you don't run them, but yeah, the any percent runs in Earthbound look wacky. But Breath of Fire 2, even, like, taking a full advantage of every glitch we can find, we're very close to playing the game honorably.
Just imagine if we could out of bounds.
Well, we can. We just can't do anything with it. There is a known out of bounds glitch in Breath of Fire 2. It's built on top of the text glitch in the circus. That text glitch is the first step to setting up the out of bounds glitch. But you can't do anything with it because the game's plot triggers are so strict that being able to go out of bounds doesn't actually save you any time. Because you still have to do all of the things that you would have had to do anyway.
Oh, yeah. Because, like, Breath of... Or, it's kind of like Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth. I go back to it a lot since I run them both. Remake, we can get out of bounds and do a bunch of stuff because the flags aren't very tight. You go into Rebirth, we can get out of bounds. We can do a bunch of goofy stuff. But the flags are so tight, it's 100% in bounds. We don't get to skip almost anything. So, I got you. With this kind of game, I'm sure it would save a lot of time if you could get out of bounds and actually, like, skip around some of these flags or just go straight to the boss of an area, especially with the slower text, slower movement speed. Do you still get encounters when you're out of bounds, or?
That's a good question. I don't think so. But on the other hand, it has been many years since I looked into it.
That would probably be like the big time save anyway, right? Friggin' not having to worry about encounters RTA. Yeah.
In theory, it would be, but I think the out-of-bounds state only lasts like until you enter a new town, and the setup for it is slow.
If one exists, I'm sure there's other triggers for trying to get to it, but we'll just need to futz with it.
The fact that it builds on top of the circus text glitch, and that is the only one of its kind in the game, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you could always do what a lot of other people do, just like use a action replay or Game Shark or whatever, force the state, and then test it to see if it's actually applicable anywhere. It's usually the easiest way to get around, like, does this do anything? No, I'm not going to bother figuring out how to get it in all these areas.
Nice callback, Puxel. Says, I like Sen calling himself an ex-soldier shortly after the FF7 talk. I like how that's even a thing. Like, how is one an ex-soldier instead of a veteran? That's the most anime-esque way of describing a particular person of a retired position.
I think, like, the actual answer is, like, they expand on it in Remake and Rebirth, but the TLDR is that the processing that makes you a soldier, I do that so often. Thank you, dyslexia. The process that makes you a soldier rapidly kills you. So most soldiers just die in the line of duty before they get to the point of retirement. So the only ex-soldiers are those that have abandoned. So there's really not like a veteran status. It's more like a deserter status.
Got it. I'll make sure that I don't sign up to be an ex-shoulder so that I don't have an arm in the race.
You're lucky I remember this is PG.
This is the wizard that you have to...
I'm just giving you poop.
This wizard that you have to talk to with Kat or Nina, where Kat has a longer dialogue, which loses more time than my reroute would have saved. This guy right here is the jerk who spoiled my beautiful, beautiful mid-game reroute.
Yeah, this is this guy will only talk to women, so he can he talk to Blue?
He can't. They added Blue to the game so close to the end of development that they never went back and gave her a scene there.
So you only have two female
talk
options.
To the Mushroom Fusion for Spar. No, there is a third. He will talk to the Mushroom Fusion for Spar.
Oh, interesting. The fairy girl.
Yeah, because I think that ends up taking longer because Cat whacks it with the staff, so it has like a really long.
Yep.
Which, I mean, I would do that too. He's a super perv.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody give me the story catch up here. Why do we need this wizard to come get this obese queen out of bed?
Okay, so ultimately we're on a fetch quest. We needed Spar, who we rescued from a circus, to find out why nature is dying around this town. We think that there's some sort of demonic curse going on. In order to do that, we needed to talk to this game's equivalent of Yggdrasil, which they called Gandalf. And Gandalf is telling us that his memory is fading, and in order for us to go into his memory, he needs to fall asleep, so we need to find the therapy pillow, which can only be found in this village, or this city. And the queen has custody of it, but she's too fat, and... sorry. We also need to get the famous flute of High Fort in order to put the guy... to be able to talk to these people. Sorry, to be able to talk to these people because they can only speak the language of music. So that's why we went to the monkey place to get the flute, and now we're here because we can communicate with them, but now she's too fat to give us the pillow, and we need to solve her obesity issue. The old man used to work here, but he got fired for being a perv, and he's the only one who has magic to be able to get us into the queen to solve her fat issue.
But to do that, we need drugs. So we're going to go find some magic mushrooms.
Yes.
I don't know how you managed to put it in such a way every time that I'm questioning if I should warn you or not.
Yeah. Disclaimer, this is not actual dieting advice.
Correct. Yeah. She has a demonic fat curse right now, where they have made her overweight to the point of being close to death, and it's demon imposed, so that's why we're getting a magic mushroom right now to try and combat a curse.
Yeah, there's so many kind of sus things in a row that the phrasing is basically a lost cause.
Yeah, because even the game dialogue kind of goes to that way of even phrasing it. That was a weird sentence. This is a very weird game.
Yeah, this game kind of puts you in a situation where you have to say things that you're like questioning your sanity when you finish. You're like, did I just say that? Was I possessed? What happened?
Like, you have Breath of Fire 3, where, you know, you have child kidnapping and ransoms, and, like, at the very end of it, you're finishing, like, you know, a whole thing where you're about to be free from your kidnappers, and then the horses merge into each other to become a giant horse.
Oh, Valio and Sunder, yeah. That was like such a what the heck moment. I was like, all right, we're already fighting horses. Now we're fighting a turbo horse that Sentai beams me. What is happening?
I love the turbo horse so much.
I can't believe that his, like, yeah, they merged to become Ultraman, because, like, his attack is like the one hand to the elbow, so he has that little 90-degree thing that they do in Sentai, and you're like, what is happening?
And FF9 says, hold my gestures.
That door there was a demonstration of the encounter reset. This room is too large to get through without a fight, but we can just quickly step into a side room halfway through to reset the encounter rate.
That just, like, also this whole merging conversation just reminds me of that scene in One Piece and Thriller Bark where they're like, Usopp is like, let's do the docking maneuver, and they all, like, try to form a giant robot.
That was one of, like, the funniest moments in that whole arc. It's just, I'm just gonna grab everybody.
Yeah, and then, like, they're like, wait, we're missing an arm, Robin, join in. She's like, I refuse.
No.
Why? It would hurt my human essence if we did this docking.
And considering that she can just duplicate herself too, to the point where she can just be like, here, you can have a duplication. Still wasn't considering it.
I'm gonna send you a video.
No idea what this conversation is about.
Anime does anime things, more or less.
Yep. Literally the only thing I know about One Piece is I think that guy has a hat. Somehow, it's the one bit of pop culture I've managed to just completely dodge.
I know it's something like 20 years long.
Yeah, pretty much. It has been running for such a ridiculous amount of time. It's in thousands of episodes.
It's so good, though.
hundreds of individual mangas. Like it's so. Go ahead.
I'm so into the show, but my girlfriend sent me a meme yesterday, or told me a meme yesterday of like, she sent it to our friend who's never seen the show, but it's like a whole thing where it's like, oh, Genie is granting a wish, and it's like, what is your wish? He's like, I want to forget everything about One Piece, so that way I can relive the experience of watching it again for the first time. And then the Genie's like, your wish is granted. And then the next panel is like him being like, over 1,000 episodes, fuck, F that.
Yep. Yeah, they're like almost in the hundreds of actual like individual mangas. And I think that, if I remember right, I read this somewhere that Oda mentioned it. Normal mangas are like 8 to 12 volumes. And Oda told Shonen Jump, they're like, no, they're always going to be 12, so that it's the max value for the consumer. So you have to realize that it's like an additional 3 chapters versus every other one. So, yeah, we're definitely in the hundreds at this point. I'm looking back at what I have on the shelf. It is literally the never-ending story is the way that I put it, except it doesn't end.
So,
PX asks in
Micaiah-
chat, what is even happening? The answer is, we're inside somebody's body to kill the fat cells and exorcise their demons. Yes, I stole that from somebody else in chat. And along the way, we're just going to talk about One Piece, I guess?
Yep. So in every
Okay, for the One
area
Piece,
here,
about it.
there are 2
Hey.
random battles. You have to complete 2 random battles, and then there are no more random battles in the area, and you just have to do that in all of the areas. Running away from the encounter does not count as completing it. However, the enemy running from you does. And by far the most efficient way to make these fights happen is to just have the enemy run away. Therefore, this is what you see.
Is it really not worth getting the EXP from these?
Nope.
In
I never-
RTA, definitely.
RTA,
Yeah,
yes.
I'd imagine even with the double damage from crit, like it would add up if you had a couple extra levels. But I guess if you can,
So the thing is one, it really only is a couple extra levels by the end of the game. And the other thing is the ultimate weapons that we're going to be getting for Kat and Ryu, their offense stats are so high that after the attack up spell, you're hitting the offense cap regardless. You have
Oh.
levels to spare.
understandable. Have a nice day.
So
That is
what-
very.
But yeah,
So what kind of manipulation did you have to do to get them all to run away?
yeah, so here's the funny thing. This is easily the worst part of making the TAS, is doing this section. Manipulating no encounters is easy. Trying to manipulate encounters as fast as possible is very tedious.
Mhm.
And in particular, I'm always fighting just these little leech things. These are not the only enemy that can show up. There are lots of other fights that could be coming up here. I'm just not getting any of them because I had to manipulate specifically just the leeches that can run away. And of course, the fewer leeches, the better, because they each have their own unique run animation, so extra leeches loses time. So it's a balance of, like, can I take extra frames to find a fight with fewer leeches? In theory, you can get a fight with just 1 or 2, but it's super rare.
Yeah.
Oh,
And you remind me again what mechanisms you have to manipulate the RNG of that.
Waiting. I can just wait extra frames. That's it. All I got.
so
it's-
Now
it's-
So,
This seems more common because these enemies appear frequently.
yeah. So basically what I do is at first I get a candidate, so like I find a decent looking fight, and I measure like what is the difference between this and optimal. Like how many extra frames did it take me to get this fight, plus how many extra frames did I lose because there were more leeches. Then I end up with like, okay, so this is 350 frames short of optimal. Now I test 350 extra frames to see if any of those can produce a better result. And once
You
I
could-
hit 350, then even if I were to get the perfect fight afterward, it would not be worth the extra wait. But I have to do that for every fight in every room, and God, this took me weeks.
So you could say that Charles' optimization for this section was cutting out the fat.
Yep. Thanks.
That's at least a decent one. I'm not going to cringe on that too hard. Yeah, no. When I first started looking at this, and then I realized how all the pieces fell together, I was like, "Oh, that's really cool." The dialogue boxes from running away lets you manipulate the next runaway.
Hey, you kill one.
I actually do kill one. Not because it's faster, but because I just could not find a good fight with leeches here.
Just assert
I didn't-
confidence.
I didn't see the menuing, but you put the collar on Sten, I'm guessing.
Nope, didn't pick it up. It's a TAS.
Int-
I'm just manipulating the fights to appear as quick as possible.
I see.
The collar is an accessory you can equip that increases the encounter rate, which is something that only a speedrunner would want. Also, you can't equip it to Sten. It's cat bow unique because they are a cat and a dog.
Oh, I'm face palming so hard.
That makes me upset at the developers just a little bit.
I guess they hadn't heard about a pet monkey at that point.
Yep. Yeah, because this is a TAS and nothing bad will ever happen to us, any extra levels are not necessary, but in a human speedrun, the experience from this dungeon on Cat and Rand is very important. Because Cat and Rand at this point will both be very under-leveled, and we need them to be leveled in the future, because they are going to be a significant source of our ability to do things. Also, Rand has a solo boss fight, and if you don't bring Rand here to get all of the experience, that boss fight is super spooky. Without the extra 5-ish levels on Rand that he gets here, that boss will two-shot you.
Actually, now that you mention, this game does do a lot of like character-specific areas.
Solo sections,
Sten has
yeah.
a solo section, Rand has a solo section, Nina has one, Bo has an optional one. Ryu, of
has
course,
one.
does a huge chunk of the early game by himself. The only characters who don't get any solo time are Cat, Jean Sparbleu. It is a little odd that Cat doesn't get a solo time, given that like all of the other early game characters do, but
Yeah. Instead, they just gave her a really cool form that you can't use because she gets knocked out of it if the wind blows on her.
Although in a speedrun, you could say that the final dungeon is a Cat solo, which is close enough.
I do, like in modern day joke, I love how Cat goes Uma Masumi mode. This turns into a horse girl and runs everything over.
Oh my god, Uma Musume.
There's one really irritating thing about this dungeon, both as an RTA and as a TASer. This is the one place where you want to get the random encounters as fast as possible because you just have to do all of the random encounters. There's no advantage to them showing up later. This is the lowest random encounter rate in the game.
Oh, that's just
because
rude.
Of course it does. So, like, the fights were showing up fairly quickly, but that's because this is a TAS and I manipped them. Ordinarily, on average, it takes a lot longer. Which is why you saw me taking a lot of suboptimal fights that had 2 or 3 enemies rather than just one every single time, is because it would have taken me many, many seconds of waiting to be able to find a frame that had a single of the correct kind of enemy.
You're the correct kind of enemy, Charles.
Your face is the correct kind of enemy, Blank. Alright, let me catch up in chat, see if I've missed anything. Jean's entire section involves not having him in the party? Yeah, which is kind of funny. Very appropriate.
I think they just acknowledged how bad they made John. They're like, you don't have to use him. You most part. Except for that one point where you need to go in the water and then you need to use him.
Yeah, Spar gets a raw deal in like community perception. Spar is nowhere near as bad as people think he is. Spar suffers from a combination of basically three things. One is that he joins at a low level. One is that his experience growth is fairly slow, and the things that make him good are things that he gets at higher level. And the third thing is that the things that he is great for, Bleu also does. And the existence of Bleu as a secret character really makes Spar less useful than he would be. But other than Bleu, Spar is the only main party member who learns the attack up spell, which is easily the most broken spell in the game.
Now, is attack up as powerful without the glitched weapons?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, it's not quite as noticeable in the mid-game, but the glitched weapons actually get outdated by the end of the game. We replace them just with regular endgame weapons.
Yeah, so the big thing going for him is having dual attack, honestly.
Yep.
Because there's the
But
I think it's
even
those weapons are the only ones. With
even
dual attack.
in RTA glitchless, we do a lot of attack up and hitting things with swords. I think the only weapon that is supposed to have the 2 hits property is the twin bow.
Yes.
So no, yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, I think Xujhan has like the twin rapier, but it doesn't actually have a double hit. It's one of those weird ones. Twin bow.
This is another place that a lot of people complain about, but I actually love this dungeon. So many games have like a nearsighted dungeon or like a dark dungeon and you can only see a little bit away in your lamplight or whatever. Breath of Fire 2 is the only game I have ever seen with a far-sighted dungeon. You can't see what's close to you, you can only see far away.
The funny thing is like anybody that's used an emulator and like hit random buttons on their keyboard, they know exactly what's happening here. That it's just removing one of the layers from visibility, which is such a cute way to do this.
You know, I just realized we're technically in a tree right now. And this is all, like, very organic tissue.
No, this is the exact same, like, map pieces as they had in the Queen.
And the whale.
And the whale. Yep.
The same
all they had to
music,
do was,
too, isn't it?
The dungeon
It's got
music's
that
the
nice
same
pulsating-
everywhere.
Yeah.
They only have one dungeon theme in this game. Other than the final dungeon. The final dungeon has another theme.
I love this boss. He's just got the little crab hands going. Also, he is a shrubbery.
I think
Neat.
the easiest way, if we were gonna like criticize this and say it should be different, the easiest way is to just like change it to a green palette. The only thing is you'd have to change
that's
these
reasonable.
ones as well for the combat.
Also,
tracks
look at
flexible.
Rand walking in those beautiful, beautiful numbers.
Number brr.
Glorious.
Just a casual 350 twice. Don't worry about it. He has
Yep.
he's a 350. Has a 350. You can even keep
350.
keep the nickel. 350. Keep the nickel.
You know what? Boexel's right. I hear a lot of people crap on Bo for, like, being gone for almost the first half of the game, and then, you know, because of that, he's so underleveled compared to most of your party. But I loved Bo. Like, once I got him back, like, I liked when I had him at the beginning. I'm like, this guy can heal? Dang, he's gonna be good. And then he's gone, and I'm like, well, he's my only healer right now. I better use him. I didn't really think of
Yeah.
Rand as a healer, because, like, he's also gone for a good chunk of it, and then when you have him, he actually hits really hard. But he's slow, so then you don't want to rely on him.
One of the unfortunate things about the design of Breath of Fire 2 is that the healers are completely eclipsed by the healing items. Like, the best healer in the game is Cat, who has no healing magic, functionally has no magic at all, because healing items are just as good or better, and Cat is fast with them.
Especially if you go grab the chef and figure out how to make that work.
The only issue with the fact that items are the best healing in the game is that notoriously when you're going through this casually, money is extremely hard to come by.
Yep.
So you're extremely limited in your resources. In this version, I think Charles said that the GBA version is different.
Yeah, in GBA, the encounter rate is reduced slightly, and you get triple the experience and double the money. Oops, we accidentally made the game a little grindy. Which, on the other hand, is one of the things that I love about the glitchless speedrun categories, is despite that, we never stop to grind, either experience or money. There is just enough in the game, and in several places it is paper thin, but there's just enough resources that you can just go straight through the game, never stop to grind, and you have exactly what you need. It's incredibly satisfying. Also, this is a funny little room. Walk slowly because we're walking against the current.
The fact that the run is in that state where you can like get through without grinding, I mean, it just makes the run go swimmingly.
Because we're underwater?
Yep.
Thanks.
Yep. I was on. Do we have to come down here for the shaman? Oh,
you have to come here for the plot.
Plot shaman.
Yeah, 2 of the 6 shamans are required for plot reasons.
The plot in this is that we're suspecting that this is the same tower that controls weather from the first game. And the valley that we went to is extremely foggy that you can't see anything, and so someone gives the suggestion, hey, is something wrong with the sky tower?
Sky tower. Yes.
The sky tower that's fully underwater. Yeah.
The sea tower, you mean? I mean, yeah, it makes sense, because if you roll back to the run that we had for BOF 1, we kind of trashed that place on the way out, the very end of the game.
Subsonic's got it with the puns. He was saying, I wasn't going to hold my breath any more puns. That's okay, because this is Breath of Fire.
So, we have now entered my favorite part of the game. Loosely speaking, I think of this game as being a 3-act play. Act 1 is all of the messing around to clear Bo's name. Act 2 is once you've got Bo back, then you have all of the side questing, trying to get the plot from the tree's memory, which, funnily enough, you don't even have to talk to the tree. It's like the one plot thing that doesn't have a trigger associated with it, so you can skip it. And then Act 3 is all of this save the world from the demon stuff. And Act 3 is my favorite, both just casually as a game and also specifically as a speedrunner. I just love speedrunning this section. It's very satisfying.
It's a good thing he's got a tough
You were
skin.
talking about having to kill a mom earlier. I have a suggestion.
Okay.
Just a little bit of child abuse. Don't worry about it. Good grief.
You could say that this section farms some experience.
Yeah. We do have to beat up some shrubs. It's a bush.
Hey, that bush can take a lot.
Yep, surprisingly tanky.
Does the pebble have as many hit points?
Nope, the pebble has single-digit hit points, but it takes only 1 point of damage from physical hits, so a spell.
The logic of this game has me stumped.
Yep.
Boo.
I'm kind of annoyed because I didn't get a chance to get that one out there first.
On the other hand, look at it this way. Rand is just atomizing a tree stump with his fists.
Why
I couldn't do that.
You just punch it into smithereens.
Rand the
Yeah,
wood chipper.
If I started punching tree stumps, I think my fists would be suffering more than the stumps.
All right. So the best way to cut grass is with your hands, not with a sword. Good. Got it. Get it. Got it. Good.
Yep.
Can we call Rand? Yeah, Rand. I almost forgot what character this was. Shredder.
Zarubora, don't you get different things if you do this without using magic, or is it hinted at in some way? That is a very interesting, persistent rumor that is actually not real. But yeah, I remember hearing things like that on GameFAQs boards back in the day, and I have no idea where it came from. But no, the game does not care if you use magic here at all.
Surely you can avoid killing Aerith. Trust me. It was such a persistent thing. We made it reality.
And you can get your Mewtwo out from under that truck.
Did you know that actually months ago when I was running this game, and I think I was prepping for something, someone came into my channel while Charles was also there, and they told me a fun fact. They were like, hey, you know Mount Fubi, the first mountain that you encounter in the game? It's like, hey, did you know that in Mount Fubi that if you're like getting into a lot of encounters and you finish the battles, that eventually you pretty much make all the animal and wildlife there extinct, so you don't get into battles anymore? I'm like, that sounds like such a GameFAQs rumor that I don't believe it, and I will only believe it if Charles tells me otherwise. And he's like, that is so far-fetched of a thing that could exist in this game that it actually is mind-boggling that it's true.
Yeah, that sounds like streamer bait if I've ever heard it.
It does. Every time somebody asks me about that, I feel compelled to go and double check that I'm remembering right. That no, that is a real thing. I know it sounds super fake.
It's like, did I wake up from a fever dream and then just think that this is what happened?
I always feel like I hallucinated that.
It was you, Jeff? That's so funny.
The Earth Shaman is missable, yes.
But nobody came. Yeah, it's Undertale before Undertale.
It's before Everai, right?
I think it's before Everai. It might not be literally exactly that. Somewhere in the extended notes for the Breath of Fire 2 handbook, it says exactly what the plot trigger is, but it's around when you level Everai.
Probably it's exactly the point at which the Daisy cutscene happens.
I don't remember. Anyway, now we get to see Rand's solo fight. It's going to look very easy because TAS.
Is it against his mother?
It is
not against a mom.
There's a lot of... You're very on the family violence train. I'm about to ask you to tone it down, Ashen. Oh, wow. Come on, Mom. You can't get the ladle that's fudged up.
You will not see a mom in this speedrun.
She may seem bad now, but she does definitely reform her character later. There's some dialogue with her later that will make it a lot more. It won't make it okay, but it definitely makes it a lot more understandable why she's being a giant doofus like she is now.
It's tough love. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's unfortunately because of the limits of a console like this. A lot of the tough love, it has to be a lot more visually obvious, so it has to kind of go over. Oh wow, she's actively hitting him with a ladle instead of just yelling at him.
Also, that was product of the time. That was more acceptable in the 90s as a form of parenting.
Now we know it's hitting somebody with a thing just makes them not want to do it so they don't get hit. That doesn't actually make them realize it's not a thing you should do. You've got to figure out the mentality. You're not training a dog here, you're training a person. And you shouldn't even do that with dogs either, because they're more than smart enough. Fun fact. since I've mentioned dogs offhandedly. I was actually watching a show the other day, and dogs can actually learn words. And I don't even just mean in terms of like, do you want to go out, to walk or whatever. This part of the show, they literally would like ask the dog a question, and they had some buzzers set up that had words attached to each of them. And then they were like, do you want to go out for a walk? And it'd be like, yes, please. Or what do you want, Jackson? Out now. And I was just like, what the heck? Black magic?
Incidentally,
Now I'm
I just
curious
looked it
if
up.
cats-
Blink is correct. It is the Daisy cutscene in the church. That is when the Earth Shaman appears.
I'm curious if cats respond the same way.
I mean, if I can trust anything I see on TikTok, maybe?
The main thing, like with dogs, I think, is a lot of scientists looked at it as like an unnecessary vector of research, and we finally got to the point where, along with a lot of other things, they've realized, yeah, this might have some useful information. And I mean, they may not be able to speak with their actual like vocal cords, but they can understand simple language and communicate with simple language as well. And I'd imagine cats may be able to as well. But I'd have to go look up another show. I wouldn't be surprised, though. They seem to be very intelligent creatures. And as with dogs, they adopted to, like, survive in the same way.
Gotcha. So plot explanation. We just found out that something happened to Rand's mommy, and he's up in arms about it and thinks that the church is responsible. We agree that something's funky with the church, and now we are trying to figure a way to get there, and Nina suggests possibly going back to Windia for something. And just to kind of spoil what they're talking about here, there's a ritual she can undergo where she can sacrifice her capability of free thought and turn into a bird that could transport them to the main church. Yeah, other than Breath of Fire 3, it seems like it's not a good job to be the King of Windia. You seem to be sick in bed a lot.
Neo Magus says it can be hard to pick apart the difference between rote memorization and genuine comprehension, to which I would say there's a lot of humans I'm not sure I would accuse them of genuine comprehension either.
Very true. Very true.
So, Shawnee, you could say that the King of Windia is down with the sickness.
No, I could not.
When you're in trouble when the staff is like, nope, shakes head.
I mean, you can say
Hand
it, I
over,
guess.
hand over throat. No.
PX, you can't leave. You're stuck here forever. I do think it's interesting that, the Legends of a Child with Black Wings, hers are very definitely pink and purple, though.
Yeah. Like, you could say dark, I guess, relative to the other Windians who have white wings, but that is not black. Correct? I assume, although I have no knowledge, it seems like it would just be a translation issue.
I suspect, yeah, because it's the same thing with like Dragon Ball, how they have a Goku Black. That it's just the implication is evil.
Don't shoot, he's not black. Is that the quote? Good God. I can't believe that they just like
Wasn't
pulled
that South
one
Park?
out of the... No! That is from the English frickin' translation and sub of Dragon Ball Super.
Yeah.
The bad guy takes over Goku's body. Trunks brings him to that Nat future, and then they see Goku and they try to shoot him, and he goes, "Don't shoot! He's not black." You're like, what the hell? What? How?
This feels like it's a translation error somewhere.
No, that was
But
just
that's
Funimation.
English dub.
Funimation.
Yeah.
They're like
That
that.
is-
That's more modern too. That's like in the last like 5-10 years.
The
That
reason
is
why
wild.
is because rather than calling him Goku Black in Super, even in the Japanese version, they just refer to the character as just
By
Black.
the way,
Yeah,
if you were paying attention, yes, Nina just walked directly through a boulder.
it was merely
That
a
is-
suggestion.
The boulder shoulder.
The funny
That
part
is actually human viable tech, funnily enough.
Yep.
It's not that that boulder never has collision, it's that if you do a specific movement from when you enter the room, for whatever reason, the collision doesn't trigger properly. But it's not that the boulder never has collision. And conveniently, the movement that you need to do is human doable. Also, this boss is a jerk. In a TAS, she's fine, we just dodge, but that attack that the boss did can and will one-shot you in RTA.
I mean, I was going to say that they're a jerk just based on the dialogue that was there right before the fight, but this works too.
And now we are looking at Breath of Fire 1 Nina.
I guess I can kind of see what you mean about the sprite look when you get to see both Ninas in the same room.
They also changed the color of the Breath of Fire 1 Nina's wings. Like, I think that instead of the orange, her tips were pink.
I'm pretty sure that's the case, yeah. It's like orange goldish, I think. I would imagine the intent is like gold to kind of be like the mirror of the pink and purple wings, or black, that Nina has.
Yeah. Good job, Charles. I'm glad that you through that tough boss battle, you winged it.
Yep.
So we're just doing this the whole time. Got it. Good.
Still got another hour and a half to kill. It's not getting better.
Where's my watch? I need to kill it. It's the watch's fault. Dilate time! Dilate time!
I mean, I could find the 2x speed on the video, and then we go, no.
Just do the good old YouTube Watcher Deluxe 0.25. You'll never notice the
Nobody will
difference.
notice. Yeah. So we are getting toward the point that we should probably discuss the good ending. By community agreement, all speedruns, or at least all full game speedruns at Breath of Fire 2, get the good ending. Even though it is marginally slower, it is similar enough to the regular ending that it is not worth having an entire separate set of categories just for a 2-minute difference in a 6+ hour game. And the good ending is cooler. So, for style points, we all do good ending, including this TAS. To get the good ending requires getting the flying town, which requires recruiting the engineer and discovering the flying technology hiding in the well in your town, and also rescuing a character later. All of that will be coming up in the next couple of dungeons.
So Subsonic says, what's the difference between endings in terms... So, if you can clarify, do you mean in terms of how to get them, or do you mean in terms of what happens in them? Because right now, the best answer I could give you is good ending is the best ending, neutral ending is the less good ending, and bad ending is the worst ending.
Yeah,
Yes.
Both of those.
Good
Both of those.
Good ending is the happy ending. Neutral ending is a bittersweet ending. Bad ending is you did not choose to confront the final boss and evil took over the world.
Yeah, so Charles just mentioned the bad ending. You're given a choice before the final dungeon whether or not you want to go through it or not. And if you choose not to, then basically hell breaks loose, and you just get an ending that shows that the demons took over the world. The good and the neutral are achieved the same way of like beating the final boss. However, with the good ending, you do a little extra. You're gonna do one boss fight a little differently to save someone. You bring someone to your hometown that is capable of looking at machines, and by doing that, once you have done the first thing, then you have unlocked criteria that allows your hometown to be turned into a ship, which then ends up sealing the final dungeon once you've beaten the final boss. And then the neutral ending, by not turning your town into a ship, you basically become the seal yourself. So the main character makes a sacrifice.
Also, shout out, we just got a cheeky little raid from Neoslash, who is a Breath of Fire 3 runner.
Nice.
Thank you
Are
so
they
much
running
for
Breath of Fire 3?
I'm not sure. I just see the raid message.
I will say, someone on the YouTube chat. Yes, there is a YouTube chat going as well. Sunpunk says that they think the medium ending is the best from a narrative perspective.
Yeah, that's one of those eternal personality test questions of, do you like the thematically appropriate ending, or do you like the everybody lives happily ever after ending? I am a big sucker for happy endings.
I think, like, it depends, too, because some of these games, like, with, not specifically Breath of Fire, but in general, a series like this, sometimes the bad ending is the canonical ending. Like, with Zelda's timeline, where it gets all screwy, and then it's like, bad ending is Wind Waker, ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da. You know, those kind of things. It's always interesting to... You can have your good ending, but sometimes they're just not canon, unfortunately.
My stance is real life is depressing enough on its own. I would like my fiction to be joyous, thanks.
Pretty much, yeah. That's why whenever people are like, I can respect like a media for having a political take or something or other like that. I'm just like, that's cool. I want to have fun, so I'm just going to turn that part of my brain off and go back to ignoring that this is a problem.
Yep. So here is a really cute little bit of speed tech. We are going to walk to the edge of town, not leave town, and walk back in. What you would normally do is attempt to leave town, and if you take one step further outside of town than I did, then it teleports you back into town and plays a message saying, like, you can't get out of town, with a big ominous spooky noise.
Mm-hmm.
However, the plot trigger is not the little cutscene, it's the tile before, so you can just walk to the edge of town and then come back in. That was discovered purely by chance by a casual player. They were not speedrunning the game, they were just playing casually and happened to walk to the edge of town without triggering the little cutscene, and then walked back in, and then it continued. And I was watching them as they did this, and I was like, hey, I didn't know that was how that worked. So that little 2 to 3 second time save is credited to Chan.
It's always funny when casuals find speed tech. I think like the most like notable one that I've heard of recently is the Metal Gear Solid.
The door clip.
Mm-hmm. Where one of the streamers just was like being stubborn about it and clipped through the door. And then everybody else was like, we've been trying that for years. Excuse me, what? So they
And she did it totally by accident. Like, someone was... I don't know if someone mentioned something about that door to her, and she was interacting with chat and got shot and, like, got through the door from the damage.
Yeah. There's a whole bunch of, like, factors that have to go right. It's always cool when those things are found, though, because they change the paradigm of the game. And... in some cases, end up developing a whole new category. Like, remake pre-skips and, like, out of bounds and skips. They're two different games. Almost completely.
Incidentally, by the way, we have a bird now. We've had a bird for a few minutes, but we weren't discussing it.
Yeah, it just kind of turned your sister into a bird, or she turned herself into a bird. One of the two.
Yeah, she stole the ceremonial thing for... What the hell are you doing?
Why?
So there's a short little input delay. Like, you can walk up to the boulder, but it won't actually accept the input to break the boulder for a couple frames. Sorry, more like a couple dozen frames. I don't know why that delay is there, but it is. So I just figured I'd do a spin.
Okay.
I mean, why not?
It's just RNG manipulation, so we hit the boulder on the first attack.
Yeah, I guess so. But so the sister stole the little thing for the ceremony and turned into the bird herself because she was like, "You have the opportunity to save the world. I have nothing."
Yeah, meanwhile, she's the loved sister, and the family treated her awful, Nina, because she had black wings, which was a sign of a ill omen.
Mm-hmm.
This whole game has a lot of very morally questionable choices that you have to make throughout the course of the game.
Mm-hmm.
In some aspects, even though it's unreal in terms of the humanized cats, dogs, birds, that kind of stuff, it definitely is a lot more deep in terms of morals and things you would do and what's questionable and what's not. Is it okay to turn your sister into a bird if you're going to destroy the church? I guess so. Whatever, man.
And then, the smaller one's like, should you jump in a toilet? Twice.
Yeah, I mean, we already did it once. What's the problem with the second time?
Yeah, we didn't even comment on the second toilet adventure, did we? Whoops.
Yeah,
it was the brown ride.
Yeah. So that's the hole. That hole there that I just fell down is the hole that Nina will not rescue you from, even though it is the one hole that you might actually fall into by accident. Also, shortcut. There is a 3 in 16 chance that if you take a fight standing on the yellow face, you just get warped to the end of the dungeon.
It never feels like 3 in 16, but
Yep, that is the speedrun strat. You just keep taking fights on the yellow face until you get your 3 in 16. Sometimes you get it first try, sometimes you get it 12th try.
Exactly. That's my biggest time saving the run.
Yeah.
Imagine that room being so awful that you just sit there and roll dice over and over again instead of interacting with the room.
I'm honestly more on checking to see if maybe on average the Holy Scarf is the better way to go, and if you're close to getting a fight, you just force it on the yellow face.
Mm-hmm. And we got this random thief here. I wonder who she is. She couldn't possibly be an important character.
I mean, she was the bow thief.
Yeah, she keeps coming back like she is a main character. I wonder.
Yeah, something's fishy about it. That's a pun back to the whole trout thing. Never mind.
Okay, rewind the stream 3 hours and make that joke.
Okay.
Now
you can say we're baddie for Patty,
but we won't say that. Okay, yeah, it's fishing time. Admittedly, Breath of Fire 2 doesn't have the most engaging fishing minigame, and also what we're going to be doing is only technically fishing, but I'm still happy it's here.
What would Gene say if he were here?
Are we talking about the frog, or is there someone IRL named Gene?
No, I'm just the frog, yeah. How do you think he feels about you just fishing? I guess he just doesn't really care, huh?
It's not like you're fishing frogs.
He's a fairly carefree person, I think.
And certain species of frog ate fish, certain species of fish as well. So, all's fair in love and war.
Yeah, that's fair. Gene would probably be cool with just about anything. I keep forgetting he just he kind of floats through life, and that's why his sister is so frustrated with him, because that's all he's like, I do not care about politics. I just want to draw.
Yeah.
This
is my painting.
Yeah. He's happy to live his days out in the cell painting, and that's it. I don't care. As long as they keep bringing me paint to paint with, and, palettes, it's whatever, man. Thinking about it, that's actually pretty funny. It would have been so easy to take it over. Like, all they had to do was like, look, Gene, you don't have to do any of the political stuff. We'll just fake that we're you, and then we'll give you painting supplies for the rest of your life. It's like, they could have made a deal so easy with Gene, most likely. And we could have skipped that whole friggin' dungeon.
Rather than giving him a rapier
comments.
as a weapon, they should have given him a paintbrush.
Fishing
As a
swords out
general-
of ponds. Yep, that's a Breath of Fire game.
As a general note to people, if it's your second time meeting someone, maybe don't propose to them. Maybe wait until you've had at least
that's
a
weird.
date or two first.
Yeah, there's a like I said, there's a lot of questionable stuff in
I
here.
Cats.
Credit to the game, though. Breath of Fire 2 actually acknowledges in the text that Taiga is being real weird about this, which is better than a lot of games from this era.
Cat, you and I are of the same race, and you're the only female that I've ever seen. Marry me.
Yep.
I mean, at least he has enough restraint to not, never mind.
That is one of the funny things if you take, like, RPGs too literally, is, like, every town has a population of at most 12 people.
Yeah, it's a double digits. Who does the farming? I don't know. It's just all of us here.
But where did they come from?
Yeah.
Like, you don't
come
see
from
a
nowhere.
village full of cats. That's like the one mystery of the Breath of Fire series, other than, like, I think 4 finally revealed it, but this is the only game, or like, these are the only games where, you do go to towns and you do see that they're full of people of a certain culture. And the Warren race, as they're revealed later on, are the only ones that don't have a town in any of the games until 4. But they have characters with them.
And I just wish they'd bring this series back and not make it a crappy mobile game that dies in like 2 weeks.
Oh yeah, I definitely want that. Not the mobile game, the first thing.
Yeah, former, not the latter. If it wasn't obvious. Bro, this is so... Well,
You can tell that
I
they
think so
aren't
off.
real cats because there are still things on the tables.
No, correction, there was a BOF mobile game. It died real fast, and it's been a while. They tried that.
That is a
and it
very
didn't-
clear past tense.
Yeah. It looked interesting, but I mean, it's a mobile game, so, like, looking and playing are two different things.
Also, just a quick flashback to Lunawar's comment about fishing swords out of ponds. You can't expect to wield supreme executive power just because some watery tart threw a sword at you. That's what that reminded me of.
You're not alone in that.
So you know how there are solo sections in this game? Well, now we have a solo empty spot. It's almost like a solo section.
Something
It isn't, but okay. But it is funny that it is genuinely not worth the time it takes, which is about 20 to 30 seconds, to go and just get a fourth party member to do this section.
Yeah.
And suddenly it's a link to the past, and we're pushing buttons to open the right door.
Yep.
Yeah, what are the mechanisms of that? Like, obviously in a video game or whatever, it's just copy the sprites, but in a real world application, how does that work?
I would assume,
Not this way.
if anything, it probably just moves a section of hallway. Or, Like, I would assume, like, a part of the hallway just moves, and then something comes up to fill in and, like, replace it, but you don't see that in the game.
Yeah, obviously, like, the way that would have to work is, like, the wall comes down to reveal more hallway. But
I'm with
obviously
Shawnee. A wizard did it.
Yeah, it's just blame it on the wizard, move along. Dang you, Gandalf.
But the wizard is what gave us Super Mario Bros. 3.
True. True. That's true, PX. I did insert generic wizard name here. Yeah, it's whatever, man. You don't need to be calling me out like that.
Dumbledore.
Dumbledore, yeah. That was a pretty fun one.
Oh, I
actually.
completely forgot I had to use flame here. That is so funny.
I never
In
used
any
spell.
RTA
Use a spell.
speedrun, yeah, in any RTA speedrun, Blue would be level 36 here, and she'd have Fireball, which is both much stronger and has a faster animation. But yeah, still 35, because we haven't been killing anything.
So, with the dragons, is there any reason to use flame, ice, or fire or thunder besides the animation?
Nope. Fire Dragon, Ice Dragon, and Thunder Dragon all do non-elemental damage.
The
cool,
puppies
thanks.
do use elemental damage, however.
The little baby dragons do elemental damage. There's just
Do you think
not
that was-
much reason to use them.
Was that a
Oh,
coding
completely
error?
unintentional.
Okay.
No, that was just a coding error.
I was about to say,
Incidentally,
I was like,
behold, look at these beautiful numbers. This is why we fished up the Empire Sword.
womp, womp,
So we can do
womp.
632 damage.
Move to level 18. Okay. I do. That is the one thing I do like about this game. I know for the most part it can be like superfluous and unnecessary information, but the fact that you can see your level every time you're in combat is super nice.
That is really cool. I did like that about this game.
Especially in a speedrun context too, because sometimes you're like, why is my damage off? And it turns out you like missed a level somehow, and you can visually see that outside of having to know the exact numbers, especially if stats are random. Actually, are stats random on level growth with this, or are they static?
I think
Static.
static.
Which is so much nicer RTA than in Breath of Fire 1, where they're random.
So, in this entire section, we ended up losing 2 of our party members. I have to say, this section was rotten.
I'm gonna banish you to the damn Netherverse. I'm putting you in the black zone. I'm gonna develop. What is it? What is it? The Yu-Gi-Oh! Shadow. I'm gonna
The Shadow
banish you
Realm.
to Realm, yeah.
Yeah, you can hang out with Grandpa Moto.
Totally not gonna kill you. I'm gonna put you in the Shadow Realm.
Okay.
Yugi, help me! He stuck me in a trading card! I'm a very valuable one of one! He's gonna trade me for something!
Wait, I'm injured and you're going to steal my deck? Yep. Wow, you are the worst grandchild ever.
Also, that is one of the worst decks I've ever made. I was testing a theory. Don't use it.
Screw the rules, I have money.
Yeah.
We're
The
all just
only
putting
good
Yu-Gi-Oh!
card-
Abridged, huh?
Yep.
The only good card I had in it was stolen and ripped in half. Every child's deck in elementary school. One card.
5 blue eyes, white dragons.
Yeah. What do you mean I have to tribute? The show doesn't tribute. What's a tribute?
It is kind of funny that the show actually predates the game rules.
Yeah, same thing with the Forbidden Memories, too. They both just made up their own thing. I think Forbidden Memories is like, as convoluted as it would be, is the most hilarious, interpretation. That would make for a very interesting spin-off game. Though I think they're too busy printing more powerful cards every 6 months to figure out how that would work.
Power creep is real.
Yeah, instead of keeping up with modern Yu-Gi-Oh!, I just got a PhD. It seemed like
Yeah,
less effort.
One of those actually makes you money, so that is definitely the correct choice. with how Yu-Gi-Oh functions, you might as well earn one. Eesh.
I feel like our party is not doing the most they could to try and blend in as the true believers here.
I mean, to be a believer, you just have to be alive. Because
You
in
know-
the end, they just steal your soul.
The funny thing is, you could apply that to us as commentators as well. Sometimes we're just like straight up, nah, there's a game in front of us. Hold on, wait a minute.
I am tickled that Ashen, the person who knows nothing about Breath of Fire 2, is the only one paying attention to the game.
He's getting a very speedy Let's Play right now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, I know
We
less
had-
about Yu-Gi-Oh, so, I was kind of maybe tuning you all out. It was fine.
Go back on topic.
All right, I'll give you that. It's just
I-
funny because we opened this today with Ashen being like, I've never seen anything about Breath of Fire 2, what can you tell me?
Yep.
And now he's the most informed of us.
We're going to proceed to tell you as little as possible for the next 4.5 hours.
I'm proud of Ashen, he got all context clues there.
I mean, it does help that, as also came up during that conversation, the text is scrolling slow enough that I can read most of it, so...
That is one of the most painful things about Breath of Fire 2 and 3 in terms of speedrun length.
Yeah.
There's a lot of dialogue. Although, I will say, now that we allow turbo, it's a lot less painful.
Yeah, I was going to comment on that a bit earlier, not just turbo, but like in general, we were talking about timings. A lot of RPGs too, initially the timing can vary pretty heavily in like the Super NES era because some games just did JRTA, which is from power on console till end of credits, versus like what we see as RTA or like northern whatever European English RTA is first meaningful input, last meaningful input. So it's always an interesting thing to see how some games time.
Actually, so there's another difference on how are you defining last meaningful input? Do you mean literally in the game, or until you beat whatever is the final boss or its equivalent?
Yeah.
So, for example, in Breath of Fire 2 RTA, time ends when the final boss dies, like when he starts his death animation. But in TAS, it ends post final boss death on the final input of the epilogue. Like there's a
All
little more
TASs
text
are
plot.
that, though. Like, all TASs
Yeah.
are unilaterally following those rules.
Yeah, power on until last meaningful input before credits.
Yeah. Whereas I think in most games, it's basically from new game until the boss, the first like frame of boss death.
Actually, thinking about it, if we used RTA timing for this task, it would be really close to sub 430. Because the boot up at the start is at least 30 seconds, and then the epilogue is close to a couple minutes, I think.
Yeah, some of the like post-boss story wrap-up can be pretty extensive, and especially in some of these older games. Some games, it's like, well, you killed the boss. All right, move on to go play the next game.
Breath of Fire 2's isn't very long, but there are some games that have really long ones.
Not gonna lie.
I mean, depending on how you count it in FF10, if you think of Jekt as the real final boss, because it's the one that actually involves stakes, then post-Jekt is, I don't know, half an hour of stuff.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this. I didn't realize it for the longest time that Taiga's tail was actually his tail. I thought that was his leg.
Oh. Yep.
I was like, man, the
Yeah.
pixel art is really rough here that they made his leg so skinny.
Oh, yeah, because it just kind of looks like goofy and out of place, like Sten's rip animation, where you're like, huh? What?
Exactly.
Yeah, this is about the point of the game where I remember that I can turn into a dragon, and I'm upset that the cutscene didn't let me.
The We talked about this in the Breath of Fire 1-1 run, but it's interesting how each and every one of these games implements dragons differently. So I think 1 transforms you into dragon, 2 they're glorified spell, 3 you actually have like a gene system where you can put any combination of 3, like I think it's 20 genes, something like that. And depending on how you combine them, you can get different forms that aren't just straight up dragons. And then 4 kind of goes back to dragon is big spell gober.
Well, 4 is kind of like 1 in a sense, where you have to unlock the powers, but then you get abilities that are more usable in the dragon form.
Yeah.
Incidentally, I'd forgotten about this, the rare use of agility down.
Against Ray?
Yeah.
Does
So
it
in this
actually
fight, you have to... Yeah, you first have to do enough damage to get him to trigger his big breath attack, and then you have to survive the big breath attack, which he's doing now. And then you have to hit him with your new dragon spell. And since Ray is outspeeding Ryu, I can save a little bit of time. I can specifically save a second big breath attack hitting me in the face by using agility down on him.
We about to get dragon it up in here.
I'm trying to understand why Nina and Rand die here.
Because I'm very low level.
It wasn't intentional.
And, I mean, it just does so much damage that I can't keep them alive.
Gotcha, because, like, Rand barely died there. That's why I was curious.
Inside, I have 2 dragons, and one's bigger than the other. That's it.
That is almost a phrasing joke.
Wait, do I even revive them? I think I might leave them dead, if I'm remembering right. In which case, I probably actually killed Rand on purpose, if it was close. Sorry, I did all of this routing almost 2 years ago, so it isn't really fresh in my memory.
It is quite a bit of work to do a TAS, and
yeah,
it's hard to remember all the macro decisions you made over those.
There's no experience either way, and after this we have to fight the 2 archers and then the guard I fight. And Ryu is just going to one-shot all of them, so Rand and Nina being alive actually is completely irrelevant.
Yeah, Pluxel. So, like, with this game, after you've killed Death Evan, there's only one little bit of movement that you do to leave the room, and that's the last bit of movement in the game, and then the rest is just text boxes. And I guess that's why Charles was mentioning meaningful inputs, because how meaningful is it to move?
Yeah.
When the game's already over.
I mean, it always has been like an interesting thing. Nowadays, it's usually unified since like I think around like the PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4 era, that generation. For the most part, like the East and the West kind of unified on how they defined RTA. Because early days, we really had little interaction with each other. Nowadays, you know, there's JRTA with English, you know, restreams, and then we also have Japanese restreams of our event, as well as like our nights are usually handled by Japanese runners, so there's a lot of meaningful interaction where we discuss things. The big like thing adding turbo is so nice though. There's just no reason to destroy your wrists or fingers over something.
Incidentally, I am completely desensitized to it from playing this game for 25 years straight, but suddenly the game swings suddenly really sincere at the end of the game. Like, this is a lot more real than it is cartoony. Rand's line, "I don't want to die in front of you guys," is a genuine heartstring tug.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about right here, where like his mom is kind of comes off really bad initially, in this part right here where she's like, look, I'm gonna help you out of this, and then she's like, I can't, you know, get him out of this wall, so whoopsie daisy, I'm gonna take the wall.
Hold on,
was that intentional? Did you do that on purpose, Sid?
Maybe.
Okay, very good.
You could say that this cutscene is pushing daisies.
Sis was better.
Boo.
0 out of
I actually had an aside.
Hold up your sign, A or B, for whose joke you think was better.
As an aside, I just passed by a little Facebook post about Chrono Trigger where it said, it shows a picture of a SNES with system requirements and it says before CPU 3.58 megahertz, RAM 125 kilobytes. And then it shows the Steam and it's like after. This is the system requirements on Steam. CPU 2.3 gigahertz, RAM 4 gigabytes. Where did we go wrong?
So we do actually have a question on YouTube. Is there a way to get Gene's Shaman form attack to consistently attack, or is it just steamroll the final dungeon? So I think they're talking about the flash attack with Gene that insta-kills?
Yeah, so his special attack in his shamanized form like charges up on the first turn, and then it does 999 to the whole screen on the second turn. You can do it, it's not very speedrun efficient. It is one of several ways to just get rid of an entire screen full of enemies. It's significantly faster to just use Ryu's Dragon and carry a stack of Wise Fruit in your bag. And it is faster still to just not kill it in the first place and either run or use Banish from Nina or something like that.
Question for you. Does that work on
Yeah.
bosses?
I'm pretty sure it doesn't, but it has also been literal years since I have fused Jean, so I could be misremembering.
Because imagine that for Barberry or
You know,
Death Evan.
999 is not as much damage as you'd think. One of the major route improvements to RTA back in 2019 was just not using G-Dragon against Death Evan. 999 is actually not enough damage to be worth all the hassle of setting it up.
Gotcha. I was just figuring, like, if Jean is going to be just charging it in the background per turn, you just do your normal turns, and then it's just a little pleasant little thing that he does. Because it's not like Cat does anything in Death Evan either.
But you have to go out of your way to fuse him, which requires like, going and getting the shamans. It would be a lot of time investment for not much value.
Yeah. What are his shamans anyway? I forget.
The default is Water Angel, and you might be able to skip one of them. Well, okay, you definitely can't skip Angel, because Water by itself doesn't do it. The handbook will know. The kind of stuff I don't have completely memorized. Where is that table?
So here's the boss fight that it will lead to the good ending. Essentially, if you're able to not kill the old man, then you will unlock the good ending. Or, like, you unlock one of the components of the good ending.
Here's a little way in which having Nina and Ran dead saves time. Multi-target spells hit one target at a time. By only having two targets alive, that animation happens faster.
Hmm.
Oh, I suddenly remember why I hate this fight so much. So these enemies, like almost every other enemy in the game, do have a very, very small chance of defending instead of doing their regular attack for the turn. And of course, the defend animation is very, very efficient. However, because I'm doing all of this manipulation with brute force, the only way to see if I was successfully able to find a frame where any of the eyes defended is to just run the turn, watch all three eyes attack, and like once I see the third one doing their attack, then okay, I didn't find a defend there. So it's like I can only test a couple of frames in a minute because I have to sit through all the spell animations. And if they were to defend, it would save a lot of time. Like, probably not quite 10 seconds, but over 5 seconds. So, like, on every turn, I'm obligated to check 5 seconds worth of frames where I can only check a couple frames a minute to see if it happens to work out that I can get the high roll crit that I need on the same frame as one of the eyes defends. So again, I spent days on just that fight, only to arrive at, no, I wasn't able to find anything lucky, I just have to take the default fight.
Good of him to use warp to bring you back.
Yep.
Oh, okay, I see. So, it's an instant kill move, and the 999 is just flavor.
Jeff asks, did I end up making a script for anything in this TAS? I did not. I have only about 3 brain cells to rub together. I don't know how to make a script. I just brute forced it.
Because, yeah, that'd be interesting. It says he only needs Angel in order to do that.
Jeff is diagnosing me with insanity for doing this entire task by hand. To which I would say, at least for Breath of Fire 2, I was already intimately familiar with the inner workings of the game, so I could reasonably accurately route a task. And there wasn't a huge amount of learning on the fly. The real insanity maneuver was me choosing to make a task for Breath of Fire 1 as well, because I knew nothing about that game.
Oh, because you didn't get a Chi-Chi. I'm guessing you're doing that now.
This is my first time being in Township, so you have to come to Township exactly twice in the game when you get warped here by Dad, and then you have to come back here to get Patty after you've talked to the guard in Cotland. So since I have to be in Township exactly twice, I will use those as also the exact 2 times when I have to go to the well and then come get a Chi-Chi and then go back to the well. So it works out nicely this way.
Makes sense.
Really? They hide this character beneath the scenery?
She does move around.
Okay.
She only starts beneath the scenery.
Well, other than that, too, this room is behind a bookshelf that you don't know is there because it's right up against a wall.
And it's required to get the good ending.
Yes.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. And are there any hints
Look,
in the
they
game?
had to sell Nintendo Power magazine somehow.
Yeah, that's it.
I think in the game there probably is hints with the trees that kind of mention something. I don't know for sure, though. I know that the trees do give hints, but I don't know otherwise if...
It's been so long since I read any of the dialogue in this game.
And if not in, the English version, probably in the Japanese version they say things like...
Yeah.
Oh, there's a machinist.
It is monkey time. Or rather, it will be monkey time.
I'm going bananas!
Yeah. The reason that it is monkey time is extremely funny. Sten is in the party to do exactly one thing. And it is comical that even having one thing to do makes him worth bringing over all the other options.
To skip half the dungeon?
If only. So if we were playing RTA, this is where we would pick up the Devil Shaman and then get the fusion for Cat. And Cat's Shaman form is integral to the RTA strats for the final dungeon. However, I'm afraid that is not present in the TAS. The TAS does not need shenanigans to avoid random encounters, it just never gets them. Or rather, it is going to get some because final dungeon, big rooms, but it's just going to auto-run. Shenanigans. Nelson, that is an excellent pun. Well done. Oh, right. You'll even get to see the Devil Shaman because there's this really little cute bit of speed tech here. Rather than walking all the way out of town, we come here, enter the final dungeon, that's the Devil Shaman, say hi, and cast the exit spell. This is technically faster. It's barely faster. But it is technically faster.
So I didn't quite keep up. Why did they blow up the mountain and release the hornets?
Because the preacher there was blaming the death of the forest on the dragon. They thought the dragon was the evil spirit that was corrupting things. This was unwise, although on behalf of the priest it was actually intentional.
Yeah, because the priest is secretly someone in disguise.
So here is actually a little bit of history. We just went there because the priest said you have to find Patty, so we went to Cotland, which is the last place we saw Patty, and the guard said he thinks she went to a restaurant. There's an entire little mini game of like you go to the next place. It's a treasure hunt. You go to the Wildcat restaurant and they say she was going to go challenge the tomb again. You get sent to Thieves' Tomb. You get sent to a few other places. And eventually, someone says that she's come back to here, in Township. But actually, the moment you talk to the guard in Cotland, she appears here. You don't have to do all of the extra follow the clues. But the old TAS from 2010 didn't know that. So it did the entire side quest, including a really slow thing. They actually got the flying town, which flies quite slowly, and flew it over to Thieves' Tomb, because without the bird, there's no efficient way of getting back to Thieves' Tomb. So they took the town there so that they could warp to Township. And the entire thing wastes like 2.5 minutes. And that was the thing that originally prompted me when I was watching the old TAS to go, that is super incorrect. That is just 2 to 3 minutes of free time save sitting on the table. I bet I could make a TAS. So it was very specifically that error was the one that bothered me enough to say, oh, fine, I'll do it myself. And yeah, like Micaiah says, as soon as you blow up the dragon, then the demons that escape from the dungeon prevent the bird from landing. So you can no longer fly around with the bird.
Yeah, the bird is getting chased by the hornets. So,
Alright.
hence, the township becomes your slow way of traveling by air if you don't use warp.
The really unfortunate thing, which was unkind of the devs, is the tiny, tiny little nook in the mountains where I fished up the Empire Sword. That nook is too small for the flying town to land. So as soon as you open up the final dungeon, if you haven't already got the Empire Sword, it is now too late. You can't get it anymore.
Oof.
Yeah, that's mean on behalf of the devs. Also, that little cutscene where your town flies, that is what officially unlocks the good ending. So now all we have to do is beat the final boss. Guess who lost a world record because he forgot to trigger the cutscene? I did all of the setup work, but I didn't actually trigger that flying town cutscene, and then I went and beat the final boss at a time when I did not have the glitchless world record, and that run would have been the new world record, except it played the neutral ending, and therefore was invalid.
I'm
Making
surprised
me
you just
the
didn't
only-
retime it.
The only Breath of Fire 2 runner in the community to lose world record after beating the run.
Yeah, like I'm surprised that you didn't like that. It just didn't get retimed to include the time to generate that cutscene.
I mean, I feel like the consequences of that blunder should be on me.
Oh, definitely.
Plus, isn't it funnier this way? I feel like the endearing comedy value was worth not having world record for a few more months.
He wouldn't be good with that run. Surprise!
Yeah, who would have thought? It was the Pope all along. Yeah, one of those interesting
Did he
little
get-
contradictions of being in a speedrunning community is like I'm very happy to have my world records, but I also kind of wish I didn't have them because like it is fun to try to get world record. I would be not at all mad if people periodically took some of my records from me so that I could then like have to struggle to get them back.
I'm taking a page out of whoever said this earlier, but this Pope is really dragging his feet with his plot armor.
Yep. Incidentally, this guy gets my vote for simultaneously best and worst combat sprite in the game. I love it. I love how bad it is.
Wait, I'm 80% certain we could just kill this guy right now. Game, just let me kill him.
Yep. It's the Cephalopope. So, as with many things in this game, his AI does not work as intended. He is supposed to have a tiered spell list where like the lower his health gets, the more aggressive he gets with his spell casting. So he's more at high health, he's more likely to cast like buff and debuff spells, and at low health, he's more likely to cast high damage spells. That's not how it works, because instead of checking like his HP versus instead of checking his current HP versus his max HP, he checks his current HP versus your leading party member's max HP rather than his. And like he'll always fail that check because your healths are so much lower than his. So he would always use his most aggressive spell list, except there's a second bug where he has a line that says if he is at no mana, he has like I think it's 7/8 chance to cast Drain on your highest AP party member to steal some of your mana. Except there's also a typo in that check. He doesn't do that when he's at no mana. He does it when he's at full mana. So if he's at full mana, there's a high chance that he will cast a Drain and continue to be at full mana. On the other hand, if he ever fails that high but not quite 100% check, and casts a different spell, he will no longer be at full mana. He will no longer be subject to that bug. He won't cast Drain, and now the other bug kicks in where he thinks he's at low health, even though he's not, and he will start nuking your face off. So the end result of RTA is he is either the freest boss in the game or kills you, and there is no in between.
Potentially, Luna. This game is held together by scotch tape and rubber bands.
The interesting thing is that, yeah, it's got a whole bunch of bugs, but they're almost all under the surface and invisible to the player.
That is quite a wild emote, by the way.
Oh, yeah, someone actually just has a gainer emote. That's awesome. I love it.
So is
and
that
with that,
decision that could lead to the bad ending?
yeah, if you take the old man out, then you get the neutral. If you beat the game.
Yep. If you don't rescue Dad, then you cannot get the good ending. And this question here, when Mom asks, "Are you going to defeat the demon?" you can wait, and that's how you get the bad ending.
And with that, I think this is going to be the point where I dip out.
All
Thank
right.
you for having me,
so much for the
Ashen.
company.
Thank you for having me, Sid.
It's
Thank
been
you
such
for
a
the
pleasure,
puns.
Blink.
I will try to keep it very punny next time.
I'm sure you'll
May
succeed.
we all meet again in Spaceballs 2, the search for more money.
Yeah. Thank you, RPG Limit Break. Thank you, all the chatters, and have a good rest of your Sundays. Take care.
All right.
All right.
How do I
Sid
get out?
appears
Do
to be
I?
in a phone call with someone. Oh, can the stream still hear you? I don't know.
Yes, they can indeed, but we
Get
just
out.
throw a disconnect over there. It will be
That'll work.
there. Remove it.
So, Sid appears to be on a phone call with someone, so I think it's just
Yeah.
you and me, Ashen.
It's okay. We've got
about half
this.
an hour to go. Yeah.
Monkey guy's in
We're
the
almost
lead.
there.
We're going through a dungeon.
We just swung across 2 poles in the previous room. That's slightly faster than not doing it, and that is the only thing Sten is here to do. He swung us across a pole once, and now he is dead weight for the rest of the dungeon.
Aw, sad way to think about it, but definitely true.
Because physical attacks are so comically unbalanced in this game, we have Ryu with his ultimate weapon, we have Kat, and we're about to get her ultimate weapon, and we have Bleu to cast attack up on Ryu and Kat. Ryu and Kat are just going to do all the work. And none of the other characters have anything to contribute because casting spells both does way less damage than punching and also has longer animations. But yeah, Micaiah is correct. Like, yes, Sten is dead weight, but any other 4th character would be equally dead weight.
Yeah.
So swinging across the pole is technically helping.
There you go. Getting back to that movement tech that makes them so interesting in the first place.
Yep. Also, it is incredibly not obvious from the TAS because, I mean, look at all of the no encounters we're getting, but this actually has a silly high encounter rate. Like, you're lucky to get 8 steps without a fight. So this is not a representative experience.
Couldn't avoid this one, huh?
Nope. So I'm going to run into the encounter cap, where I just can't walk any further and I'm forced into a fight. But as I'm getting close to it, you see that my movement gets very stuttery, and that's just because there are many frames in a row that would all produce fights.
Yeah. So you're waiting for the specific frame or the specific timing that'll get you a very quick fight.
Yeah, Lunawar, it's not a step counter in the traditional sense. Every step you take is a random roll, and the probability of getting a fight on a given step depends on how long it's been since you started walking. But the only real step counterpart is the hard cap. So you can always make it to the hard cap if you are willing to manip it.
There's an imp down here who glows.
You know, I see why you think imp. Yep, it is actually just an old man seen from behind, but understandable.
I mean, they keep reusing that sprite over and over and over and over. So fair enough. They have 2 old
There's
Ben
a funny
sprites.
funny little thing here where we have a bit of plot being explained what exactly is going on. But after this, on our way out of the building, that old man who looks like an imp is still there, and you may choose to talk to him. And if you do, it is a 10-minute time loss.
Oh, wow.
Because it sends you into a like playable cutscene that is your mother's backstory. So you actually play as your mom for 10 minutes, and you get to see her like coming from the Dragon Clan, ascending to the surface, meeting your dad, falling in love, getting married, having kids, and then the monsters attacking and her turning into a dragon to protect the town. Like you actually play through that.
Fun.
It is very cool, and it is also very
Casually.
cool that they just let us skip it
Yeah.
by not talking to him. The significance of that old guy, incidentally, is that he is Valerie's dad, therefore your granddad. Please tell me that we learned to sacrifice Jean. No, we do it correctly, although I will say the very first time I ever made it to the end of the game as a kid, I did try to sacrifice the frog.
So they found a demon, they've locked it up.
It's
done their
neat,
best to lock
actually.
it
The demon that they're referring to is like what was left behind after you defeated the goddess in Breath of Fire 1.
Uh-huh.
It's very cool that they actually do tie the plots of the games together in little ways, but in such a way that if you haven't played Breath of Fire 1, it doesn't damage your appreciation of the game at all. You can totally play Breath of Fire 2 standalone, but if you have played Breath of Fire 1, there's these neat little connections to see.
It is really nice.
I'm also just a big fan of the music in this town. It is pleasing in my ears. So we have it's not a cutscene or a side quest. It's kind of like a playable cutscene here that takes 10 minutes, which is real cool.
Different from the 10-minute one that you could skip.
Yep. We have to come and get the ultimate power of the dragon. Won't spoil what it is yet.
I assume
It's
it's
actually
love.
more interesting. Of course, it is the power of friendship. What else could it be? This is more interesting RTA than it is in a TAS. In a TAS, it's just like this. We're doing this at the intended time. However, this cutscene unfuses any shaman fusions that you have, which is very annoying because we are using Cat's fusion to avoid doing random encounters in the RTA strat. So if we were to come here, we would suddenly lose our random encounter avoider, and we still have half the dungeon to go, which would be inefficient. So what we do RTA is we skip this entirely, we get down to the bottom of the dungeon, we get right up until the final boss, and then we save at a dragon, we exit back to the dragon town, come here, do this, and then death warp back to the dragon statue at the bottom of the dungeon. Which sounds convoluted, but compared to the amount of time you would waste in random encounters, it is actually just clearly way better. Incidentally, I think my single biggest gripe with the devs is this stupid hallway. You have to walk down the same hallway back and forth for every single character. There is no need for this hallway to be here. You could just have like the character standing on the pedestal and do their text. And all of this character joins the party, character leaves the party is meaningless.
Is it
Easily doubles the amount of time you have to spend here.
Are there encounters in this hallway?
Nope. It is functionally a
is
cutscene.
Unnecessary.
It is one of the choices of all time. Yeah, no, it always tilts me that like we beat the second final boss, and then we have to do this for 10 minutes before we can fight the final boss. It just completely spoils the pacing. It's okay.
Yeah.
My favorite game can't be literally perfect. It must have one flaw.
Only the one, huh?
Just the one. Everything else about this game is untouchable. It is
Yeah.
perfect. It is the platonic ideal of a JRPG.
Manic Ascended asking why there is no video game death metal band called Death Warp, but I think the answer to that is because you haven't started it yet.
Yep, that's brilliant. Do it. I will buy your LPs.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm finally back. I would say, what did I miss? But I can tell we're in the bottom of the final dungeon. I think I missed a lot.
Yep.
Somebody, one of our team members reached out to somebody and got us another show for this next week.
Oh, nice.
And last minute. So I was getting that set up and making sure everything's in order.
Spectacular. What game?
There we go.
We're gonna enjoy some Pirate Yakuza next weekend.
Ooh,
Oh,
that
cool.
sounds amazing.
Yeah, Kios pulled through and got us another run last minute. Very much appreciated. So that'll be a fun 2.5, 3-ish hour romp. So I was almost sad. I was like, man, we're going to be missing a date out of like the entire year. We've been really good since the event. Nope. None of you are safe. There will always be a show.
We will continue the content until morale improves.
Yep.
Yeah. The moment you started that, I was like, yes, yes, yes. Still saddens me that we can't use Fused Cat here because this segment breaks her apart. Then you'd have to come back down. I think Fused Cat is like one of the coolest parts of this game. Just the fusions in general.
Agreed. I do like that they make it into the RTA strat for this dungeon.
I do also
All right.
find it fun that it's like,
And also Bo is here.
whoa! Yeah, I kind of cut myself off on that earlier where I was like, oh, I hate it with Bo. What I meant to say is I hate it with Bo that he gets taken away so early and you get him so much later, especially since he's the only person with a double attacking weapon, which makes him very different than the rest of the cast, at least in a vanilla playthrough. It's very nice to have that. Plus he also has, what is it, Shot, I think is his special skill that hits everything. It's very unique.
The fusion of Bo that uses Devil and Holy, that thing has a shot that hits everything.
That's what
Base
I'm thinking of.
Bo's shot is a random chance at an instant kill.
I guess since you already punch things hard enough, you don't even need to think about that for the TAS, huh?
Yep.
Whereas, does that not work?
I mean,
on
it doesn't
like
work
bosses?
on bosses. Yeah,
Yeah,
random
there you
battles.
go. I got there. Got there slowly, but I got there.
Yeah, if Bo hung around in the party for longer, there might be places where it is worth just rolling the dice on shot. Just because some enemies are tanky, but he's out of the party almost instantly at the start, and by the time he rejoins, you're really past the point where that's useful.
Huh.
Mercifully, that's it for the extended cutscene.
It's an interesting way for that cutscene to have ended.
Yep. It is kind of funny that in Breath of Fire's 1, 2, and 3, the English translations for that thing are Agni, Anthony, and Infinity. So they got there eventually.
So, what would happen if you did sacrifice one of the other party members?
You have to redo the entire thing.
That sounds like it sucks.
It really does. So we are going to take our long-awaited final random encounter of the game. I said way back at the beginning that we only ever really fight 3 random encounters to fight them. Here's the last one. These guys have my stick. I want my stick.
You know, without Bo in the party, I didn't think anyone would be that have that much ownership over a stick.
Yep. No, the Meow Staff is Cat's best weapon, and by a long shot. The attack numbers on that thing are pretty gross. In fact, let me look it up. I'm curious now. What is the exact number on that stick? There's the equipment list.
Hey, cool. It's time for Barberry or Blueberry Man. It's like Golden as a kid.
Cat's. So for context, the second strongest staff for Cat has 90 attack power. The Meow Staff has 135. It is 50% stronger than her second best weapon. And the glitched weapons have 64 attack power, so it's over double the power of the glitched weapons. Also, yeah, it's this guy. Back from minute 5.
Wait, you just got Cat the super special ultra weapon, and then they're immediately knocked out.
Yep. So this guy has a couple of gimmicks going on. One is that he only has 4 attacks. All of them do damage to all 4 of your party members. He takes no turns off. He just goes hard in the paint. He wants you to suffer. Second thing is he has this cool thing where he challenges you to single combat, and you may choose to accept. If you do this RTA, you just killed your run, because there's no way you can take this guy one-on-one. However, it's a TAS. We're going to cheese the living daylights out of him.
Is there
that
any
medicate?
Go ahead.
If you do him solo, he has 3750 health. If you fight him with a team, he has 5000 health. That's the only difference.
So it's slightly faster in the task because less HP. Got it.
Yep.
Makes sense.
And Ryu is doing so much damage that this is good enough. And look how quick these turns are. Like, the extra party members would not actually be contributing that much. It would just be a huge headache trying to keep them alive.
Yeah, I remember this fight in particular on a speedruns. Like, the next... It starts spiking pretty hard towards the end.
Yep. It's a good thing we can dodge every attack.
I guess we said we go over it every couple of hours, but like quick TLDR as we're rolling into the end here. TAS is basically we can play the game frame by frame, so we can manipulate evades, criticals, counters, all that kind of stuff. So fights like this are pretty much a matter of just manipulating the evades and the attacks to get through it. And we takes several months to fabricate one of these. And as Charles mentioned earlier, like if you make a mistake of like realizing, oh, if I fall down this hole in a specific spot, it saves 2 seconds, and then you get like 2 months in, 3 months in, you got to go back and then redo everything. Hey, it's Evan. We're gonna kill God.
Yep.
Or something.
I love it. We started out rescuing pets, and now we're going to slay God.
Yeah, sounds like a JRPG.
Yes, I was about to say.
JRPG behavior.
Do in JRPGs.
The funny thing is, the boss we just beat, Barberry, is actually the run ender. Compared to Barberry, the final boss, Death Heaven, is not that threatening.
I mean, it's because of the Kaiser Dragon, right, that this boss kind of turns into an auto-scroller, more or less.
No, actually. You're thinking of Breath of Fire 1. Breath of Fire 1's final boss is absolutely an auto-scroller. But one of the interesting developments in RTA a long time ago was originally everybody assumed, like, Kaiser Draken does 999. What could be better than the damage cap? And so they were fighting the final boss using Kaiser Draken and then taking turns to restore Ryu's AP. No, that's real slow. It's way quicker to just beat him to death with your sword. It's a combination of factors. It's one, it actually takes a long time to get the AP restoring items because the ones that restore Ryu to full AP in one go have to be cooked. You can't buy them from a store. And the second thing is just the animation of casting G-Dragon and then the Wise Ball to restore him to full AP. That's a friggin' long, slow animation. Like, you can have an entire second turn of combat in the time it takes you to watch one G-Dragon play out.
This is one of the coolest sprites in the game, I think. I'm glad they went through the effort to do this. Yeah, the chef is like one of the cooler parts of Township, honestly, in my opinion. Once you understand how it works, that is. And then it's the shaman fusion.
I have a feeling that all these explosions are supposed to be doing something to you.
Nope, this is actually just visual.
Huh.
This is one of those like early on SNES, how do we make it look cool situations. Get wrecked, idiot. Now we can see eye to eye.
And now we get what is admittedly a slightly silly, but also pretty kick-ass final boss sprite. I like this guy.
This game has so many.
A lot of faces on that face.
Yeah, the BOF series has a lot of very unique enemy designs, and the boss designs, final bosses and specifically, are very unique. Some of these sprites you show to somebody, they'd be like, yeah, that's a Breath of Fire boss. I don't know which one it is, but I know that's a Breath of Fire.
Yep. So this is our ultimate dragon power, the power of friendship. And, like, I don't care how cheesy this is, I love it. Unapologetically think this is great.
At least there's no, like, individual dialogues. That would make this so obnoxious.
Yep.
No, we already did the obnoxious individual dialogues.
Yeah, if that whole process of getting Anthony were more like this, just like a true cutscene that takes a minute to 2 minutes, fine, great, no complaints. Yeah, they dragged it out way longer than it should have been.
Yeah, I guess it would have been interesting if, like, that affinity had just been like, you get slapped down here after, like, breaking free, and then they're like, you have more power, and then you go through the affinity cutscenes rather than having to walk down hallways. We were going to sacrifice her twice.
Our friends have been rescued from the Shadow Realm, and also
I was going to say, they never were very clear about this. Was, like, him breaking the crystal supposed to be an illusion, or did we just resurrect 3 people?
No, we just resurrected 3 people.
Good. At least the Phoenix Downs are working again. because the wrong
Yep.
way when they just stop working on because reasons. Well, there was certainly a menu there. I don't know what happened in it, but I know something.
So the two things I'm doing here, I know, Sten's having a bad day. We're getting Ryu and Cat buff. Yeah. But also, the one and only time in any speed route we have used defense down, because debuff spells can work on bosses. It's just a very low % chance to work.
Oh, so we're redoing our... The formations give a buff like they do in 3, or...
Yes, so different formations give different kinds of damage bonuses to different slots. The normal formation that has us in a little diamond gives a big attack boost to the person in front. This one. But the formation that has 3 in a row in front gives a slightly smaller boost to 1, 2, and 3. Now what I'm actually doing is because calls to RNG affect RNG, my damage numbers depend on the formation I'm in. So by changing formations, I can get a different resulting RNG from the same frame.
Interesting.
So I'm jumping back and forth here based on whichever is giving me better RNG for the following turn.
I'd never even considered that changing formation could be another way to manipulate, or I guess work
There
with the
aren't-
RNG.
Yeah, there are very few fights that are long enough for it to be worth it. Like, most bosses are dead on turn 2 in a TAS.
Speaking of
But
dead,
this guy is 10,000 HP, yeah.
Ripsten.
But he is disappearing in like 600 damage increments. Yeah, there he goes. That was very quick relative to how that would normally go RTA.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a run proceed that quickly.
And now we've got about 5 minutes until the actual TAS time cutoff, and then there's another 5 minutes of credit scroll if you'd like to leave those up.
We could definitely say our goodbyes during the credit scroll for sure. Keep
That sounds
yapping.
good.
I think this is like a good point to look back on the tassing process and I guess kind of ask you how you felt about it, given that it was such a major endeavor. You said it was a COVID project, correct?
It started out that way, yeah. I was nebulously aware that there was an old, outdated TAS pre-COVID, but it was like early-ish in 2020 that I actually sat down and looked at it and decided, you know what? Let's update this thing. This could use an update. And I started that early 2020, and the very first TAS I finished was finished in December of 2020, so all year. As for how I felt about it, I'm mostly just excited when I was done so that I could show it to people. Look, I made a cool thing. Enjoy my cool thing.
Yeah. I guess
And it is a really cool thing.
Oh, thank you.
It's really
always
Go ahead.
pleasantly surprised feels like the wrong word, because at this point I know to expect it, but it still feels a little bit surprising every time I submit to a really long-a-thon, or I'm on here on RPG Limit Break, or on Questing for Glory. Breath of Fire as a series is not really talked about very often, but it never fails to produce a few hundred viewers. It's more popular than I would have thought. And every time it's submitted to a marathon or a showcase, there's cool people show up to talk about the game with me, which is just a lot of fun.
I mean, to pull back the curtain on our end, I think the Breath of Fire 1 show was like one of our highest viewed random encounters. And I gotta thank the audience and those interested in watching this for coming out, showing up, and interacting too. So they're very fun showcases. Even if honestly, it was just a matter of, okay, we haven't had these on a channel in a long time, and I kind of want to see it again. Sure, let's see what happens.
Hey, thanks very much, Blink, and thank you again to Blink, who is now hanging out in the chat, for commentating the first 80% of this.
The majority. I do appreciate that they had like his sister as part of the story rather than just kind of making her disappear, implementing her as Patty. Because it never really crossed my mind until I got to the end and I was like, wait a minute. What?
There definitely was a missed opportunity. This epilogue does not mention Patty at all, and it probably should have.
I mean, we briefly just saw her down in the Dragon Village before we came up top, but yeah.
Nope. Different person. Same sprite, but different person. Yep.
Really?
If you can talk to them, like casually when you get down there, you can talk to them, and the dialogue is something like, I look like someone you know. She must be a Dragon Clansman, or something like that.
Huh.
They're just like further confirming that, Patty is totally your sister.
This cave is smashing. I can't even stop Blank when he's in chat.
What can I say? This cave rocks.
Yep.
This is an interesting portion of the game.
So this is where the neutral ending and the good ending diverge.
Uh-huh.
The good ending that you're about to witness is that to keep the demons from reappearing, your dad drops the flying town on the gate here. And rather than like having the dragon standing guard, it is going to be your dad and his mechanical town standing guard.
So rather than your mom, it's your dad. Okay.
Yeah. See, it's still kind of fitting. But the neutral ending, if you never got the flying town, is that Ryu takes over for his mom. And Ryu turns into his G-Dragon and sleeps here. Therefore, Ryu does not get to rejoin the world of peace with the rest of his friends, hence the bittersweet ending.
Yeah. It's like, it's weird because you're like, well, I killed God, so why do I have to close the hole? And it's just kind of like, that's the way they decided to have it go.
Well, the line of text in the game is like, Ryu realized that Death Evan would always be reborn from the seeds of evil in people's hearts, which is weirdly deep and on-the-nose message for an old Super Nintendo RPG. This game has something to say about the human condition.
Evil lives forever? Who could have thought?
Yep. You can't just beat the bad guys once and then everything is good forever. Peace requires maintenance.
Big if true, big if true.
That is a lot of this township that just existed beneath the ground.
Yep.
Please tell me while it was gone, at least Blank was like making township jokes, because it literally is a pun. It just is a pun.
It is also kind of neat how the township here and a couple other things scattered throughout the game, they fit in with the like lost technology themes in Breath of Fire 3. So it's even looser than a plot connection. It's a theme connection, but it is kind of cool to line up the games and see the connections.
How do we stop evil from reoccurring? Drop a town on it.
I mean, you're also locking all the other Dragon Clan still underneath the mountain. Sure, okay, I guess they're fine with that.
This is some, like, Gundam lore. Alright, so the solution to Earth oppressing the colonies, the space colonies, is to drop a meat colony on it. Like a meteorite. Neat. I like how he dropped it, too, and everybody's just like, oh my gosh, what's happening? Like, did we not get on the loudspeaker and go, everybody, I am dropping this. Brace for impact. Just like you're in a plane flying somewhere and there's just turbulence and they never acknowledge it at all. It's like, I'm gonna die. Ooh.
And that is TAS time. We are now in the credit crawl.
Amazing.
Guess at this point we can get to saying our adieus and bidding farewell. Anything you'd like to say?
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me on. This has been a great time, and thank you to the currently approximately 300 people hanging out in chat. You are all huge nerds. I love you.
Yep.
I do want to point out this TAS video we're watching has 12 minutes remaining in it.
Yeah, that's the credit crawl.
Yeah. Credits are... Yep. This is part of the reason why like JRT timing is kind of weird.
They do a really cute thing that I wish more games would do. They don't just have credits for like the producers of the game, they have credits for the characters. They give you names of all the NPCs in the game.
That would explain why it's so long.
Who took the time to make all these names? Why would you spend resources on that?
Yeah.
Because it's delightful. It's world building.
Yeah.
I can't think of any other game off the top of my head that does this, but like they present the characters as though like they were the cast of a play. I love it. More games should do it. Anybody in chat, if you make your own video games, please do this. It will bring me specifically joy, and therefore it is worth doing.
Just for me!
That is, I mean, that's accurate. That's fair enough.
Yep. Oh, and yeah, Poexel's right. There's also a few unique sprites that you only see here. The sprites for Mina and Petapi come to mind.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Super Mario World. Yeah, that's a good shout out. They have something similar.
So, since we're reaching the end here, I'm going to go over a little bit of our calendar, especially since I just got one scheduled while we were on stream for this next weekend. We're actually going to be doing Pirate Yakuza with Big No No. They're going to bring along a few commentators, and Kios is going to be in charge of that. So I'll probably be around, but Kios will be your host for that one. We also have one 2 weeks from now. We're going to be doing Zelda 2 Rando with Sonny Wrath. It's going to be... The flags are kind of still up in the air, but Sonny is one of the better players of Max Rando. Won a tournament and is pretty knowledgeable about along with the community, so we should have a few commentators on that. So if you're interested in either Pirate Yakuza or just Yakuza in general, should come around next weekend, and then we have Zelda 2 after that. If you want more information, we have the calendar available, I believe, on our Discord somewhere, and we do also have it available on our website. So we're booked up till November, so if you want to know what we're showing, it's all there for the time being. A lot of runners wanted to get scheduled so they could de-rust in a reasonable amount of time. So, BOF 3, not immediately. I am looking for BOF 3 in the near future, which, I mean, near post-November. But we're also working on getting the BOF relay going again. So, ideally, that will be towards the end of November, if it actually happens. And we're going to be doing 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 Dragon Quarter as well. Either, you can take a look, it'd either be the November 22nd to 23rd or 29th to 30th, depending on runner availability. But those are the 2 dates that everybody kind of said yes to. So if you're interested in BOF 3, we will have an individual show for that, as well as a standard run of Breath of Fire 2, not just the TAS. And possibly Breath of Fire 4 as well. But the next place where we're going to for sure have Breath of Fire is most likely the relay coming up at the end of November. But I think that's it for the calendar. So I really I'm glad we did this. Hopefully, we'll do some more stuff in the future.
Yep.
Always looking for interesting ideas. And
I'm happy to be summoned for Breath of Fire 2 RTA, and there's also a Breath of Fire 1 TAS. So I have lots more content for you if you're ever in a drought.
I got a couple of I got at least one taken out of the next few months. Like, all right, I only got to deal with 3 weeks because I know what I'm doing with the other week. But yeah, thanks everybody for watching. I'm gonna give Ashen the chance to close the door for once, but I've got some stuff to go cook dinner, so I'm gonna say thanks everybody. That's it for me, and I'm gonna turn the mic over to you, Ashen.
All right, well, thank you all so very much for being here. Thank you, Sid, for putting these together. He does absolutely so much work to get these all these great side quests that we've been doing, or at least all the random encounters that we've been doing scheduled, and keep the calendar up to date so we all know who's doing what, when it's happening, and we can actually plan and have some really good shows. Thank you so much, Charles, for your run and showing off this task for us today. We really appreciate it. It's been an absolute blast. Obviously, shout-outs to iBlink22 who joined us earlier. But as outside of that, Charles, who else would you like to shout out?
I'm going to give a general broad shout-out to the entire Breath of Fire community. We have a great little Discord. Off the top of my head, where's the easiest place you can find it? You can certainly find links to it on my Twitch channel, or you can just poke me about it in the RPG Limit Break Discord. You can find me there. I'm happy to get you a join link. We just hang out and talk about Breath of Fire speedrunning, and also just Breath of Fire games in general. We're big nerds about this stuff. It's a lovely little community. It is seriously motivating to having them all cheering me on when I'm spending literal years of my life building this nonsense. I would not do any of this without them.
All right. And again, thank you all so much for watching. You know what? I think I'm going to figure out a way. It might take me a couple of button presses here, but I'm going to figure out a way to keep this credit scroll going while we fade out our own selves. So I'm blabbering at the computer as I figure that out. Here we go. It's okay. I've got it mostly. And this button here. Yes, you go there. Perfect. Okay, we're going to transition over to that screen that I just built. Don't worry about it. And thank you all so much for watching. Please join us again next week where we have Yakuza coming. And until next time, everybody, have a great one.